Welcome back to the second day of CTWC 2025. Yesterday we've already had a long day, about 10 hours in total. I believe we were live for 9 hours and 15 minutes. We had the qualification slots, 4 hours of qualifications gameplay time, as well as of course the small breaks in between for players to get ready. And then we have the first part of the bracket. As you know, we do have a flat bracket double elimination, which means the first matches are the lower parts of the bracket. So for example, the first round was 64 till 49, so the first 16 players. And yeah, we played a few of those up until halfway through upper 4, which means starting today we have upper 4, as we have lower rounds happening here on CT1, CT2, as well as CT3 and CT4. So once again, you can watch up to 16 amazing players play at once. And I can hear a bit of cheering here, most likely from like the main stage area. As you may know, if you have been here to CTWC Desk before, we have 4 rooms, you could say. We have the stage area, which is like over here. Then we have the casters, which are a bit, which is like caster 1, caster 2, and then we have the free room, you could say, where we have the stream 3 and 4. So yeah, that's where I can still sometimes hear them, even though I'm, you could say, in a place that looks not like it's part of the stage area. That's just so we have it here at CTWC Desk. We have the different commentator booths and everything, so it's quite amazing here. Yeah, so we are starting soon with the matches, so hopefully we can take a look at the upcoming matches for today here on stream 2, because obviously we're here on stream 2, so we're interested in the stream 2. Final bit of round 4 happened earlier. Pouch versus Alex H was scheduled for 10:30, which means we are now in upper round 5, which means, yeah, I would say fully new players who are playing here, and hopefully a lot of amazing matches. The seeds 16 to 9 will join in the next round here, and as you could see now, in about 2.5 minutes, we plan to go over to the room and the actual players so that we can see them have their amazing first game here. Over here on CT2 we will have 2 matches, which, let me double check that I don't make any mistakes, which will be SV versus LMTS and Tim versus Marco, as far as I can tell here. So some players used yesterday, specifically Adam MTS and Marco. Yeah, that's just what we expect to see. Let's see if that will actually happen. Again, on stream 1 we then should have Demon, Bergtroll, Gold and Macy, and over on stream 3 and 4 we have parts of the lower bracket. Yeah, upcoming matches, perfect. So as you know, CT3, CT4 has the lower rounds, which means in double elimination, if you lose once, you go from the upper round to the lower round. So yeah, for example, as you can see, Jan versus Jelena, both of them have lost once and now fighting for survival here at the CTWC Desk 2025. Whereas Damon, Bergtroll, Gold, Macy, SV, Adam MTS, Tim and Marco, so the first 8 players here on CT1 and CT2, they either have won, or due to the flat bracket that we are using, are playing their first game here today. So let's see how all of these matches here will go. I'm really looking forward to seeing quite a few of them. I of course saw a lot yesterday already, but yeah, it's just a ton. So if you do like Tetris, then I do always recommend here at CTWC Desk to open multi-stream to at least see CT1 and CT2. Optimally, you also wanna watch CT3 and CT4 as well, so that you can enjoy all of the amazing Tetris action. CT3 and CT4, I believe, are already live. Yes, they are. And there's actually one more thing that I should talk about, because if you look at the matcherino, if you type an exclamation mark matcherino in the chat, you can see it. There's been a small change overnight. Yesterday, when we left off, we were at like $370, and then overnight, Scott Gray donated $2,000. So huge thanks here to Scott for donating the $2,000 overnight and allowing us to already beat last year's prize pool, which means we now have the biggest prize pool in CTWC Desk history. Our next goal is to get to $4,000, which will allow us to pay the top 16 performers here at CTWC Desk 2025. and I hope that we can reach that goal as well. Our highest goal, by the way, is up until $10,000, at which point we can pay the top 64, and that means that none of the players who made it to the bracket paid the registration fee, basically. So yeah, that's kinda our next goals here, so $4,000, $7,000 and $10,000. Maybe we can reach them. I for sure do hope that we will be able to. Yeah, so you know the matches, you know the like goals in terms of prize pool. What you don't know about right now is another goal that we have, which of course is promoting our sponsors. You could argue it's not a goal, it's something that we just do. But yeah, we of course also do have amazing sponsors and partners, which do include Power Bears, who provide us tasty Tetris gummies. You know them from basically all of the Tetris events. They are pretty good, 20% fruit juice, source of vitamin C and E, in general just quite good gummies. Then also one of our long-time sponsors here at CTWC Des and some German events prior, being Hydro, who provides eye drops, for example. And the eye drops are really nice because they allow us, the casters, to look at these screens and bright lights for a long time without having any eye strain. And of course, we also thank our partners, being Experian, the amazing location that we are at. They provide a lot of equipment like the cameras, the headsets that we are using, and much more. As well as, of course, CTWC and Vince and the Jonas Cup for like allowing us to have the CTWC banner, the Jonas Cup for having the main Americans, you would say, so Scooty, Fractal, and the Meme. And talking about players, we of course also want to take a look at the players playing now, being SV, Adam MTS, Marco and Tim. A few of them are here right now. You can see them talking to Geowolf. Geowolf on the left is our ref here in the beginning on CT2. Means he pays attention that everything is fair, that everything is set up properly. And here we can see here that Tim and Marco are ready to go. Doing a bit of level 19 warm-up here currently. Of course, 19 warm-up is quite nice because it's like the most stressful that you can expect to play as a desk player. Unless you're crazy enough to train level 29 speeds. And as I said, look at the top right. As you can see, there's a 2,370 in the matcherino. So $2,500 basically raised. Again, huge thanks to all of those who contributed. Mainly Scott, who donated 2,000 overnight. And also Chris Bidwell, who donated $50 earlier. We had Rogue Potato and JR Games, who donated about 10 earlier. I believe Kingsman also did 10. And then we also had Summer doing 150. And a lot of coupons. Who else did? Cold Bucket did 20 to motivate Fractal during qualification. And I hope I didn't forget anyone. If I did, then I apologize. But I probably did. I just hope I didn't. But yes, so we have our players here ready to go, being Tim and Marco. Geowolf in the background is just making sure that everything is set up properly. So we should be able to start game match number 1 here in just a few seconds. And let's see if my prediction will be real. And welcome in the chat to Marie and Summer. And I see some thumbs up. So countdown is starting. 4 players, seen, also nice. Yeah, they're doing some stuff to make sure that we are getting the pieces and everything. And yeah, you can see upper around 5, so we are quite deep into the tournament. We are now basically in the top 24, which basically because it's the upper round top 24. And we also have the lower round, of course. But yeah, so let's see. The countdown start. Nice. So we have both matches started now. In the upper match you have SV versus Adam MTS, and we have Tim versus Marco. I do normally recommend to have an eye on Adam MTS because Adam, as you know, won the 2022 CTWC DAS. So he's a veteran at the DAS place, has been doing it for quite a long time and has always been in at least the top 4 over the past few years. So well played here by Adam. And he is trying to get back there here. I would say underqualified a bit, so let's see what he can do in this match against SV here. In the lower match we have Tim versus Marco. Also 2 players who have been here for a long time at the CTWC DAS tournaments. So let's see how they will be able to perform here. Of course Marco and Georgie are both from Italy. So maybe Marco got some special DAS training here on the way from Georgie. Let's see if that will play out. And yeah, some in the chat saying go Tim and Marco, go SV and Adam. So there's someone cheering for all of these players. Huge thanks to you who support these players. Here we can see a few TTWCs here. We are about 30 nights in, so still early in. And there haven't really been any big leads, but Adam's board has now 3 holes in the stack, which means there's gonna be a bit of cleanup here that Adam MPS will need to do. Let's see if he will be able to clean this up nicely. I for sure do hope so. We can also see Tim having a bit of troubles, which does allow Marco to get ahead. In the upper match, SV has been able to get a 2.5 TTWC lead in here against the Polish player Adam. Adam was set up, for example, for a T-Tag, for a spin, and he's going for the spin. He gets the spin, so only a single to burn there. Nicely done, and is playing one of the workaround. And we're getting close to the 65 lines. 65 lines is half of level 18, of course. And we can see that SV has quite an amazing start here. 87% TTWC rate, 326 in score. And we have Bell in the chat saying Marco. We have Daniel Mellons in the chat saying Marco. So you have at least 3 people here cheering for Marco. So there should be a lot of support going to him. Let's see if that support will work out. And he can take game number 1. As you can also see, we have 3 hearts now, because we are now in the phase where we play best of 5s. Yesterday we played best of 3s. In the early rounds we just did that, and here back to best of 5s. The whole tournament from now on is scheduled to be best of 5s, which will allow us to have a lot of nice and longer matches, so that the players can really show what they are capable of doing here on 18 in terms of aggression, on 19 in terms of the mix of aggression and survival that you need to do, and maybe even a few level 30s. Of course we had 2 level 30s during qualifications yesterday that Pixel Andy achieved, and maybe a few more players will be able to do the same. And actually Pixel Andy got a level 29 TTWC. He set that up on 29, which is something you basically never see of a DAS player. And yes, we're getting closer to the first transition. We got 30 lines left to go. Let's focus here on how level 19 of the transition will go in not too much more time. You can see here Sam V holding a bit ahead of Adam, or at least trying to, but Adam is always staying close here to SV. There's less than a TTWC difference, and Marco and Tim are basically neck and neck. There's like 0.2 TTWC difference between these 2 players, which is some of the closest you can be in terms of score. So Tim is playing a bit higher, gets the bar. Adam MTS's board is quite tough to play around now. He still has 14 lines left to go, so should be able to get into a nicer position here board-wise. Sam also not in the best, but gets the triple, nice, gets the next single. So Adam and SV should be able to transition cleanly into level, or cleanly-ish into 19 at least. A few lines left to go before the transition. Tim and Marco also transitioning, of course, soon. Tim mostly clean. Now had to close the door here for a second. Adam MTS getting a clean transition into 19. SV won't be able to get one. At least he's one more line. Going for the left well, so there's a bit more burning here to do by SV. And Marco in the meantime, as you can see, also transitioned, and so did Tim. So you have 469, 449, 504, 473. Tim's left side not looking the cleanest, which means Tim will have to play around that a bit and need to burn, but he's getting high here. A few missed drops, not the best pieces. Nice burns though that are coming up here, and Tim is managing to survive a bit long bar, but Marco as well as Adam are just topping out here at about the same time, which means the transition might have been clean, but their level 19 scaled out of control quite quickly, and we have 1-0 here for SV as well as 1-0 for Tim. Quick games number 1 here. And that means we can start game number 2 whenever GeoWolf is doing the countdown. Of course, GeoWolf, as you know, is our ref. And he's making sure that everything is reported properly. And that the players have set up their systems properly, and that the countdown happens exactly as it should, when all players can play. And that's exactly what's happening here. So this game has just started. Oh, and you have someone else in chat saying, Daikas Marco, come on. I don't know what that means, most likely Italian. And yeah, Marco and Adam are currently behind 1 point each. And in terms of score, we have about a 1 Tetris lead here for SV. Marco and Tim are neck and neck. Oh, Tetris time. Welcome in the chat. Saying, top match is tough. Don't want either to lose. Hello. And that's why we do love our flat bracket. As you know, on CT 3 and 4, we play the double elimination lower rounds. So here, even if SV or some loses, or like one of them will lose, they still have a second chance in the lower bracket here, which is why at CTWC you should really open CT 3 and 4 as well. Because in all 4 streams happen matches that are relevant to the tournament. And even if you get into the lower bracket now, you can always come back into the finals and potentially win. As you know, we have the crazy flat double elimination bracket here, which is a ton of matches, 123 in total. And we're trying to get them to be as closely matched as possible. Tim currently able to get a 2.5 Tetris lead here against Marco. Marco not getting the JPs to where they need to go. It's escalating. And Marco is stepping out here to 132. So unfortunate early top out here for Marco, about 40 lines in, which means 2-0 for Tim. Tim is setting up to sweep here against Marco. Let's see if Tim can reveal the sweep in the next game. Or if Marco was simply trying to get Tim into like an winning mindset, and then is now setting up the reverse sweep. Maybe a reverse sweep for Marco coming soon. We had 26 piece drought in the top match. Okay, drought is finally over, but that was a long drought here for SV and Adam. SV is currently 2 Tetrises ahead of Adam here. And Adam is a bit higher, needs to win a few lines, is now set up potentially for the Cologne 4 Tetris. Let's see if the bar does come in time, and it never does. It's closed, and the bar is immediately in the next box. Daniel Mellon saying, come on Marco, reverse sweep. Exactly as I said, Marco's just trying to get him into like a state of mind where he's no longer playing well. And then winning. Yeah, and there's someone else, Fanoni, saying something in Italian. I don't speak Italian, so I'm not trying to do it. And yeah, the points are like the 2-0 for Tim and 1-0 for SV are currently not shown correctly, but we do know the current standings. Next Tetris is going to SV here. SV at 351, 1 against 267 for Adam. So we saw a 3 Tetris lead here for SV, 3.5 even. Nice position to be in semi-close to level 19, as in about 35 lines left to go, or 9 Tetrises. Let's see if the players can get all of the Tetrises in. At least Adam wants to get as much done as possible on 18, so that he doesn't have to play too aggressive on 19. SV is burning a few lines here, trying to now go for a Cologne 5 1 high Tetris. Well, Longbar as always doesn't fall down quickly, but now does. Once I started talking about it, it was like, maybe I should fall down. Which allowed SV to get a Tetris in, is now doing a bit of a world transfer here to the standard side. Only had to burn a single line, set up for the T-spin, does get the T-spin, nicely done. 408 for SV, 350 for Adam, so the lead is down to about 2.5 Tetrises. We have had a small SP Smith drop on SV's side, but got a nice spin under there, which means he's at 417 and cleaning up a few lines here. Adam down to less than a 1 Tetris lead here, set up for the next Tetris, so is SV. SV getting the bar and Tetris. Adam currently waiting for the next bar. In the bottom match, we have about a 1 Tetris lead here for Marco. Nothing too crazy going on here. 79 for Tim, 98 for Marco, and just one line away from the transition are SV and Adam. Adam transitioning at 424 and having a clean stack, getting one more Tetris in, up to 449. SV transitions at 467, so basically a 2 Tetris lead here in the transition for SV. Adam needs to burn 2 lines here to clean it up. Is open once again, getting the bar, and Tetris to Adam once again. Unfortunate OPs here on SV's side, but finds perfect placements for burns. So despite getting tough pieces, he's managing to play around them. Exactly what he needs to do. He's getting higher once again here. Nice burn setups though. Couldn't use the bar for a flat burn, sadly. JLPTNC also filled in. Left side GP is amazingly well done. This bar timing not the best here. Needs another bar for the center. Doesn't get it in time, topping out at 503, which means Adam does take game number 2. It is 1-1 between SV and Adam. In the bottom match between Tim and Marco, it's currently 242 for Tim against 201 for Marco. So Tim having got a 2.5 Tetris lead here against Marco. And if Tim manages to win this game, he will have swept Marco, which is something that Marco does want to avoid, but maybe he can't. Adam doing a bit of level 19 mid-match warm-up, and SV is doing some kind of toilet strats here. Because if you've watched, for example, CTWC, then you know that some players do love their toilet strats here in Europe. Marco needs to burn a few lines. T-spin is set up, doesn't get the TPs in time. Try to fill it in with the red SPs. Of course, the next piece was the TP, so didn't get the adjustment there. And is about 2.5 Tetrises behind Tim. Tim also needs to burn 1 line still. Was open for piece, then had to fill in the bar well for a short time. and is now setting up for the next long bar, getting the bar into Tetris for Tim. Tim at 363, Marco at 305. So still 2.5 Tetris lead here to Tim. The same lines at least. Of course, if Tim just get the Tetris a bit earlier, then it looks like the lead increases, but no, it's just because Marco didn't get the piece in time. Yeah, Adam's 19 warm-up, I hope, is going well for him here. He will need quite a lot of 19 against SV and the later opponents. If Adam MTS manages to win this match, then he would play against Jesper next, seed 5. In the bottom match, we are currently 30 lines away from the transition. Again, 2-0 here for Tim. Tim 3.5 Tetris set of Marco. Marco needs to burn one more line here, 2 more lines in total. Is now open for the next Tetris, but the bar does arrive in time. I heard that someone had like a 70 plus piece drought during warm-ups. Not warm-ups, qualifications. Luckily we haven't had that in a match so far, at least not that I know. Could always be in a different stream, as of course. And welcome Rocco in the chat. Rocco saying, let's go! Rocco has been at a lot of these CTWC Death events, but sadly didn't manage to get here this year. I hope that he will be able to again in 2026. SV also is back. And just 2 lines left to go for Tim. 8 lines left to go for Marco. So we are close to level 19 here. And Tim transitions at 5:58. Amazing transition here for Tim. Tim in qualifications actually only quote-unquote got a single max out. So he's wanting to get more of those in here in the matches. But the 19 transition hasn't been the kindest, which does allow Marco to get Tetris in that Tim had to skip here. Tim is now also clean once again. And the lead is still about 3 Tetrises here for Tim. Upper match just started, game number 3, 1-1. And welcome in the chat saying, good luck, have fun, players and organizers. Thanks, and hope that you have a ton of fun watching CTWC Death here this year. And Jericho confirming that he is trying to get here in 2026 again. One Tetris to Marco and Tim here. Oh, Tim having a slight early shift of that J piece forces him to burn a few lines here. He manages to get open. Marco getting the next bar into Tetris, so does Tim. It's down to 1.5 Tetris lead here to Tim, so Marco is able to catch up a bit here. Marco's 19 looking quite nice. In the upper match we had the same score just now, so it's close between SV and Adam. And if Adam manages to win the upper match, that would be a bit of an upset. Seed 28 against seed 12. Or of course also the A-Fire World Champion of Death. But yeah, Adam being in seed 28 just shows you how much the skill ceiling has improved here at CTWC Death over the past few years. We're on level 25 and 24 respectively here between Tim and Marco. About a 2 Tetris lead here currently for Tim. Marco needs to win this game in order to stay in the tournament. So let's hope that Marco will be able to win here. Tim needs to burn a few more lines, which may allow Marco to get in a Tetris more that Tim doesn't here. And we can see same lines down to under half a Tetris difference here. So this is definitely possible for Marco to win at this point, especially as Tim needs to burn more. His 19 stacking hasn't been that amazing here today. Ooh, but Marco on the left side didn't get the grey SPs over to the left, and this could get, he doesn't get anything over to the left side again. The number is exactly the opposite of what he needed, so Marco tops out at 749, which means Tim at 770, also in a top out position here. Tops wins game number 3 and manages to sweep Marco here. GG's to both of these players. And Marco will play next in the lower rounds. And we now have SV versus Adam MTS in the main focus at about the halfway point with a 52, now 75 KD tier for Adam, which is about a 3 Tetris and some change lead. So nice here for Adam in this position, especially now that SV needs to burn quite high in the stack. Got a few pieces the way he needs them to, so he's lower, but Adam can still increase the lead here potentially. He is set up for the Tetris, just waiting for the bar, while SV is slowly but surely burning and skimming down the stack here. Of course, also tries to get dirty Tetrises in, which he just did, so SV is only 2 Tetrises behind Adam now. We have a 30 plus piece drought here on Adam's side. Finally the bar is beaming again. And yeah, that means Adam can survive this and Tetris, so does SV. And so our excitement does increase, because these players survive crazy situations. And they would most likely survive them on 19 as well. Like, we've seen so much crazy stuff in the past of these players. Yes, now 336 for 13, so still about a 3 now for Tetris lead here. 4.5 Tetris lead it was for second here for Adam. Having played 2 lines less, so in terms of pace, it's like a 4 Tetris lead here for Adam. I see a few more messages in chat. Oh, Rakuchi saw some Tim extra flips. I probably looked at a different screen at that point, sadly. And we have Zero saying, "Let's go, Adam MTS." And a few people being said about Marco not winning against Tim, but he's still in the tournament. He's now in the lower bracket, which is being played on CT3 and 4. Here we have 400k for SV, 490 for Adam, close to the twin position, about 3 Tetrises left to go. And Jandia is asking, where can I see the loser bracket? If you click on the bracket link, you should have like a selection at the top saying early rounds upper bracket, early rounds lower bracket. So if you click on the second tab, it's lower bracket. Then also top 12, you also can watch like the full bracket, which is a bit overkill. There's so much information. I hope that helped you. And we are close to the transition here, SV transitioning in a tough position board, but got a nice Tetris out of that, low enough to hopefully not be in any dangers here. And he doesn't get the green space over to the left. Missed that, and this allows Adam to win game number 3. Game number 3 is won by Adam here. Adam now at 552 to 1, and next up is match point for Adam. And that's exactly what I meant when I said that he undercalled by quite a bit. He is an amazing player, someone to look out for. Like, no matter what you do, if he's at an event, look out for him. He could even win against some rollers in at least PAL. And next up, match point between SV and Adam MTS. Maybe we can see this game go until level 29. Let's hope that these players will be able to show us a full match. We saw Adam do a bit of level 19 warm-up, and the same is happening on SV's side currently. Trying to get his quick taps under control. Yeah, they're now getting ready once again, I believe. Which means we can start game number 4 in a few seconds. Yes, they are starting. So let's see if Adam can take this match now, or if SV will be able to force the decider against Adam. Nice tucks here that we are seeing. Bit of a skimmer on SV's side to keep the stack low enough to be in a nice position here. Both players got a Tetris, but of course Adam now is technically ahead in terms of base by like 2 singles, which honestly doesn't matter. At least for now, we are not sure about how this will end. These 2 singles could in the end matter. But yeah, in terms of how it's generally going, a few burns don't matter. Now SV having burned over Tetris in total more than Adam, which does matter. Adam now after 24, so 6 Tetrises, no longer at 100% Tetris rate, had to burn his first online, the first few lines even, getting the next bar into Tetris for Adam, into Tetris for SV. 142, 163, 1 more Tetris to SV. And 1 more Tetris as well. SV now needs some kind of tuck here on the left side. Let's get the T-piece, T-tuck, the easiest solution, the easiest solve of that small stacking that he had. And even setting up for it, but not committing, because he can also tuck the red Z-piece, which is a bit cleaner in that situation. Managed to get it in time, so nicely handled here by SV. And you have the same score, 211, 660 for both. Adam skimming a line and getting a Tetris, SV getting a Tetris and skimming a single here. And once again setting up for the spin or tuck. Only T could be tucked, but SV pieces could be spun in there, but not risking it. Now having a long dependency on the left side. Let's see if we can get the bar in time. He does get the bar in time. Is filled in, which means he can now go for the next Tetris. And we do see at the same lines as we is currently at here of Adam. We have now a 304 against 285. So a bit under a Tetris lead here for SV against Adam at the halfway point. Halfway of 18 to be exact. We play 130 lines of level 18, 100 lines of level 19. Looks like the lead for Sam SV is staying about the same here at a 2 Tetris lead. Adam not really falling behind, but also not being able to catch up here to SV currently. So let's see if Adam can get back on track here. Next bar into Tetris for Adam. And Adam, as you can see, now less than 2 Tetris behind at the same points, like 1.5. So he was able to catch up a tiny bit, but both stacks are clean. Tetris to Adam MTS, O-tuck to SV, needing to skim a single here at the top. Delayed burn setup is now completed by SV. And there is dependency on Adam's side that he's using a long bar to fill in. JP's does arrive for the left side, filled in. And next Tetris going to Adam. And one more again, SV needing to skim a few lines here, which has allowed Adam to get ahead in points even now, as we can see. We have 536 against 538. Close to the transition here. Less than 20 lines left to go. And it is neck and neck between SV and Adam. Next Tetris to SV. 12 and 40 lines to go. JP's on SV side gonna require a bit of like overhang fixing, which he was able to do. I mean, that's generally easy to fix, but close to the transition. I always feel like it's a bit risky, as we also getting the widths filled in. And we are neck and neck, 6:08, 6:11, or as Rocco is saying, Schneck und Schneck. We have a 6:35 transition for Adam, 6:35. As V is also transitioning at 6:33, which means a small transition lead here for Adam. Both players need to burn a few lines. Adam getting the next Tetris. SV is gonna need to skim at the top. He misflips that J piece. And this means Adam MTS does win 3-2-1 against SV. Huge GG's to Adam for winning this game. And that means we have finished the first matches today here at CT2. Of course, in casting is me, Jakob, known on Discord and Twitch as Home Jakob or Home Jacob if you want to pronounce it American. And yours truly, our local big Bulbasaur here that I'm kind of using to, as my arm partner, you could say. Because all of us here need some kind of support. The players need support because this is so stressful to play. And we need support here because there's so much to talk about. There's like 123 matches in total to be played, which, as you know, is just a ton. And whew, yeah, we will have a quick look at the next matches as well, because this only has been half of the round 5. Yeah, as you can see, the upcoming matches in about 8 minutes are on stream 1, Schneck versus Kennel Cake, as well as Divi versus LXH. And then here, Meme versus Alp and Oblex versus Gunther. Meme is one of the top 4 at the Jonas Cup last year, which means she got flown here to represent the United States. You also see, for example, Scooty and Fractal later in the top 16. So yeah, huge shoutouts to all of these amazing American players who can finally be here. I'm happy to see all of you. And we have a few minutes break until the next matches. So see you in a few minutes. And of course, check out CT1, CT2, CT3 and CT4. Tons of Tetris happening today. Ich muss sagen, das lief heute super. Ich bin stolz auf euch und uns. So, der Anfang, der hat So welcome back. We have had the first part of round 5 happening just a few minutes ago, which means we are now ready for the second half. As we already teased, or specifically I teased a bit ago, we have Meme here playing next. You know Meme, one of the top 4, the CT... I always want to say CTWC Jonas Cup. It's just the Jonas Cup. So we have Jonas Cup, top 4 here, Meme, playing against Alpaitem. Alpaitem also veteran of the CTWC Des, as we are every year since 2022. So he is well known, he has a ton of experience. And yeah, this is one of the matchups. The other one is gonna be French versus French Obelix versus Gunther. So also 2 high-level players. Obelix and Gunther, of course, are part of the French team. Gunther, for example, has organized the CTWC Paris before and has won already 1 match against Giants. So yeah, these are the 4 players who are currently warming up on stage. And we can soon take a look at the players as they are getting ready, and we can make sure that all is working exactly as we want it to work. And until then, as you know, we have also a few amazing sponsors and partners here, being Power Bears, who provide gummies, for example. And I actually need to find out where the eye drops are, because I was like, oh, my eye is already a bit off. Yes, here they are, perfect. Here are our amazing Hydro eye drops. They do help us in casting, for example, to make sure that our eyes are always hydrated. And they also do help the players potentially. If they, if you look at the CRT for many hours a day, your eyes also get a bit dried out. And these are perfect for eye hydration. So feel free to check out Power Bears if you need some energy. Feel free to check out Hydro if you need some eye hydration. And of course also feel free to check out Experian, because it's an amazing venue. And of course also follow CTWC everywhere. And thanks to all of the amazing people who allow us to make this happen. And yeah, let's go to the players after I just, finished that work. So now let's go to the actually important part. Those who you are here for, those you want to watch. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, perfect. So let's see if we can see the players. I hear a countdown for CT1, so CT2 should also be starting the matches about now. I would love to see the players here. And yes, we do! We see... not what I expected to see, okay. Now we see what I expected to see, perfect. So we have Meme currently warming up, casual level 27, against Elb. Elb might have... I don't know what Elb is having, he has the Tetris World Order. Obelix and Gunther look ready to play to me. So we should be able to see the first match starting in a few seconds here. As you can see, Meme 900k here in the warm-up game, and this is how all of our games hopefully will go. Nice high scores, and yeah, now we are in the top 24 of the upper bracket here at CTWC Des 2025. Which means you have nice, long matches, high skill level. You have seed 10 and 23, as well as seed 15 and seed 18. Obelix and Gunther have started their match. Meme is doing some 29 warm-up, what the heck? You basically never see level 29 warm-ups, but you do need to be capable of playing a bit of 29 at least. Because that's where many matches go nowadays. We have Condensed Aaron asking, where Meme? Meme is now on stage, as you can see. We have 3 Stroshes saying, woo, go Elb! And we have Rockrichi saying, hype matches, exactly. Obelix and Gunther, well known here in the European scene. Meme known internationally, and Elb also known especially in the European scene, but also internationally a bit. Looks like he's trying to do some setup stuff on his side. Kinda interesting to see. But we should focus here on Gunther already having about a 2 Tetris lead here. against Obelix. Big lead here for Gunther at the beginning. And Pyramid in the chat saying, let's go meme. As always, keep in mind that players here in the double elimination do have at least 2 chances of playing. So no matter what, you will play a minimum of 2 matches. Elf, for example, already won a match, so he has now a guaranteed amount of matches being 3. And let's see if Elf can upset Meme here as well. Let's see if Gunther can upset Obelix. Actually, Gunther upsetting Obelix is reasonably to assume 15-18 quite close in terms of their seeds, and their qualification scores also have been quite close. Obelix 967, Gunther 943. That's like a Tetris difference, so nice close matchup that we are expecting. And we can see a 3.5 times lead here for Gunther. Gunther burning a few lines while Obelix is open, but due to the drought that we have 24 pieces, not much that Obelix can do to capitalize on it. I like to try to get the momentum back into his direction in terms of pace lead. Okay, so Gunther is nearly cleaned up again. He knows, and Obelix was able to get the score difference down to less than a Tetris, but also played 3 lines more, so if Gunther can get the next Tetris in, as he does now, 7 lines, 1.5 Tetris lead to Gunther. Still a nice position here for Gunther. Not quite as nice as it was before his bit of burns, but still pretty good. And the upper match between Meme and Elp has already started as well. And Meme opening up strong, getting the first 2 Tetrises. Elp had to burn a few lines, which puts Meme nearly a Tetris ahead of Elp in the beginning. But as you know, the opening normally doesn't tell you too much about how the match will go. There's 230 lines being played. And yeah, we are about halfway done of 18 in the bottom match between Obelix and Gunther. So let's see if we can get double of what they have now, at least in terms of scores, which would be at least double 500Ks, maybe even up to double 600Ks could still be possible. At least one for Gunther double. Actually not. Meme also going for the Witz here. Let's see if the longbow does arrive in time. The longbow is here in time for the Witz. No Tetris, but stack health under control. And next Tetris going to Meme here. So Meme now having about a 40k lead against Elp. Nice position for Meme, as well as nice position for Gunther, being 2.5 Tetrises ahead roughly of Obelix. And yeah, we also are close to the first transition at the bottom match between Obelix and Gunther. So before that, let's take a quick look at the chat, what happened. We had a bit more. Let's go Meme. Go Meme, Elp, Obelix and Gunther. Go Gunther and Meme. So we are chanting apparently mostly for Meme here based on what I could see. Of course, Meme does a lot of international support now behind her. But we have only 20 lines left to go of 18 speeds for Obelix and Gunther. So our attention is, or at least my attention is going to be mostly on their stacks. Next set was to Gunther, 3.5 Tetris lead here now to Gunther. Obelix also getting the bar, and to Tetris 403, 456. About 10 lines left to go in the upper match. Elp does have a bit of issues that he needs to clean out of. And we have a quadruple drought basically. All 4 players had a drought here at the same time. Elp is open once again. Gunther transitions at 509 against currently 427 for Obelix, but Obelix has yet to transition. 509 for Gunther we had. Obelix body penalty in 2, body penalty filled in, taking the triple here at 435. So So a 70k transition lead here to Obelix. Gunter's spot needs a few burns, and as you can see in the score, Obelix was able to catch up the lead of 70k that Gunter had in the beginning of the transition. Oh, if you look at Alp, that's a really tough position here. He is 126 behind Meme. Meme, an amazing game number 1 here in comparison to Alp. So Alp does need like 600k past post potentially to do this. Let's see how strong their transitions will be. In the meantime, at the bottom match, Gunter up about 2 Tetrises again, but also had in terms of lines, so the real pace lead is about only a Tetris here for Gunter. Or actually less now. Basically back to lead here for Obelix. At least if he manages to get the Tetrises. If he doesn't, still half a Tetris lead for Gunter. Upper match Alp quite high. He needs something for the left side. He does get the incorrect J piece. He doesn't get the long bar over to the right side, which means Alp tops out and Meme takes game number 1. The bottom match between Obelix and Gunter is still... The match between Obelix and Gunter is still going strong. 90k lead here for Gunter in terms of points. 5 lines more played, so it's like a 1.5 Tetris lead here to Gunter. Still anyone's game. Upper match also just started. Small drought. Okay, so level 27 for Gunter, really close to level 29 kill screen here. Next order is approaching, bars falling down, Tetris for Gunter. Obelix's board is falling apart, he does need something for the left side, he doesn't get anything for the left side. Topping out at 7:03, which means Gunter takes game number 1. It is 1-0 for Meme and 1-0 for Gunter. Nice positions here for these two players, and that also means extra pressure now on Alp, as well as extra pressure now on Obelix's shoulders. Gunter getting 937, so really close to his qualification score. Again, his qualification score was 943, so basically tied it. And yeah, we saw a bit of messages here in Gunter about messages about Gunter in chat, saying like, "Woo, Gunter strong and nice, gradually getting more aggro towards 28." Yeah, that worked out nicely for him. Well played here. So Gunter showing us what he can do. 200k lead here against Obelix. In the upper match, it's neck and neck. We just had like a single difference here, and we now get the next Simon Tetris and one more Tetris to Alp. It is 163 against 164. The lower match also started the games. Same piece placements, still same. Whoa. Same stacking ideas, and it looks like a good stacking to me. Now the first differences. Let's see who's working better. And we have Blue Scooty Grandpa chat saying, "Go Meme." Alp on the right side having quite a lot of O pieces, not really any place to put them, so you just put them on top of each other. That way they normally hurt the least. Meme also now needs to burn a few lines, but burning already done, and is getting the next Tetris. TPs didn't arrive in time, which means Meme now needs to clean up a few lines here on her own again. Is about 2 Tetrises ahead of Alp here, getting the next bar, and a 3 Tetris lead here now to Meme. Alp still in the cleanup process here, nearly cleaned up now. In the lower match, it is neck and neck, 54 against 52. And yeah, there's also, I guess Idakai? Idakai is saying, meme is much harder to deal with. I mean, rollers know how to efficiently stack. It's actually pretty... Okay, Elf versus meme is a bit one-sided currently going, but in general, the whole rollers know how to efficiently stack. It doesn't actually apply that much to Death because you need to stack differently. Like roller 18, it's basically you can play 100% aggression, you don't even need to worry about what's happening. But on Death, you still need to pay high attention because one or two bad pieces or like one misdrop is all that it needs, because then you use Death on the next piece and all goes downhill. So the whole efficient stacking philosophy is pretty different between Death and rolling. We can now see at the top match less than a Tetris difference. Elp was able to catch up here, and they are getting closer to level 19, about 40 lines or 10 Tetrises left to go. In the lower match between Obelix and Gunther, we can see 220, 166. So about a 2 Tetris lead here for Obelix. We saw that before as well. We saw that Gunther's 19 is immaculate, like he can do a ton of stuff on 19. He showed us, hey, I can play safe and stick points. He showed us I can play pretty aggressive and can, stay in the game. So Gunther is always someone to look out for. He will never give you an easy chance of winning, no matter how good of a player you are. And that's what makes him a strong player. It is why he is in the top 24. So, in terms of points, you have 426 against 447. Elp now ahead of meme, exactly what I meant. Efficient rolling stacking, not the same as efficient death stacking. And that's where Elp's years and years of experience of death do shine. And then we have 316 and 304, so about half a Tetris lead here to Obelix. Obelix small misdrop here, needs to clean that up, and huge thanks for Summer's second contribution here. Earlier she did a $150 contribution, now $129, so in total $270. Huge thanks, Summer, and her message is not updating on my matcherino. Perfect. So I can't take a look at it because we have just transitioned into level 19 here. Meme and Elp both looking good, so let's take a look. What did Summer say? Go Daz! Yes, let's go Daz! And Obelix's Daz needs to go on here. He needs to stack this down. Let's see if he can manage it easily and quickly. Looks like he will be able to quickly manage this. Elp setting up for the next Tetris, getting the bar Tetris to Elp. It is neck and neck between Meme and Elp if we take the lines into consideration. 7 lines difference, 1.5 lines difference, and no, Obelix didn't get the OPs over. OPs didn't go over, which means Obelix topped out at 332. And Gunther is already up 2-0. Level 21 for both players at the top. Meme needs to clean up a few pieces here. It is open once again. Both players are now waiting for the bar, and we do see the drought counter here on Elp side. Elp getting the bar, Tetris, Elp ahead, Tetris to Meme, and we can see 5 lines difference and only a single difference here. So Elp is pushing Meme as much as he can here. Next Tetris happening on Elp side, Elp ahead. Meme needing to burn a few lines. Elp trying to stack as efficiently as possible, but we don't get that many long bars currently, so let's just say not the kindest stack ever, like seed ever. And we have the next 20-piece drought. Elp didn't go for the Tetris there. He just didn't move the bar at all, basically. I feel like he totally forgot or like didn't get the input on his controller in time. In the bottom match, it's suddenly much darker in terms of lighting. So we have 30k against 33k here. And on the top match, it's 757 and 700. Light is back on again. Perfect, so we can see a bit more now of the players. next few burns happening. And I do see that Meme is ready for the next Tetris here, where Elp is cleaning up, so Meme can increase the lead here by a bit. Elp is falling behind on level 19, not that much, but just a bit. And yeah, looks like he lost Death, was like, okay. But even with Death loss, I normally expect a bit of movement, not at all. Happens, small misdrop, which might cost him the game though. Let's see. 60k, less than 2 Tetrises difference here. Small burns here on both sides. Actually triple that Meme just burned. Let's see if Elp doesn't have to burn that much, but we do see the drought counter. Next Tetris here to Elp. Elp still 2 Tetrises behind, 7 lines difference. Next Tetris going to Meme. Elp needs to burn a few lines here, close the well, can't get it open for the bar, open once again, left side, he gets the Elp is over to the left side, getting the Tetris, Simon Tetris at the top match, Elp is ready for the next Tetris, Meme needs to burn a few lines here, Elp getting the next Tetris, 2 Tetris is difference, Meme can't go for a Tetris here currently, next Tetris to Elp, Meme setting up for the center well Tetris set up, can she get a bar for the Tetris, she can't, there's a single, no more bar, 926 is Elp's goal, he gets Tetris number 1, he needs, I believe a triple does it. He gets the Tetris setup, but we know there won't be a bar for quite a bit. We saw that. Meme said no early shift. Do it, Elp, bar. No bar for Elp. And Meme wins game number 2. Oh my gosh, this was so close here. Elp only needed a triple and he could have done it. But the pieces just didn't fall down. He didn't get what he needed. And that has allowed Meme here to win game number 2. And this definitely showed that, you know, Elp might be seed number 23, but these two players are still so closely matched. This game could have gone either way. It was so close again, like what? Just a few lines. Whew. Well played here by both players. And yeah, the next to transition will be Obelix and Gunther in the game, about halfway done, while Meme and Elp are just getting ready for game number 3. If Meme manages to win this game, then she will have won the match. Did Elp even need a triple, by the way? Or would a double have been? But like enough. That's a good question. I believe actually a double would have been enough, which makes this even tougher. But it is what happened. So, game 3 on both sides have started. Either of these matches could end now in a sweep, or the players could be capable of starting their reverse sweep here. Let's see how these matches will go. If Gunther wins, he will face Fractal next. And if Meme wins, she will face Tsugi next. And yeah, there's confirmation. A double would have been 100 points. Yeah, oh no. Don't tell that Elp later that double would have been enough to win the game against Meme. And we currently have 167, 130, so Meme about a Tetris and a half ahead of Elp. And we also have Obelix and Gunther being neck and neck, close to level 19. Less than 10 lines left to go. Gunther getting the next Tetris. Lead is now in favor of Gunther. Obelix waiting for the bar. Can't use it for Tetris, though he wanted it to not burn for the Tetris setup. Got the next bar as well. Tetris and Tetris. 1 line for Gunther. 4 lines for Obelix. Obelix transitioning in 1 line as well, after only a triple here, sadly. 443, 451, so 8k difference. And Pyramid, the players can hear the CT1 stream. CT2 is currently not heard, I believe. So for CT2 you need to turn on the stream, which these players most likely aren't doing. Gunther's playing field also in a bit of trouble. Gets a few lines in. Nice single here done. Nice double again. Early shift though, which makes Gunther top out at a 21-piece drought. Obelix also in a tough position. He only needs a few lines. He can go for safety here. Getting a single, getting a double, and is getting low in the stack, or lower in the stack at least. Right side a bit tougher to access, and there's loss on the J-piece. Single here. He needs one more single, and can he get it? He can't get the single. This is another really, really close game that Gunther managed to edge out. Single difference here that Obelix needed to chase down more. But that means Gunther sweeps Obelix and is playing against Fractal next. These have been, like this game between Obelix and Gunther and the game before Meme and Elb, two so close games, which just shows you how strong these players are. So Gunther's next up against Fractal. And of course, Obelix still has a chance in the lower bracket. Yeah, this is also, by the way, exactly why we love the flat bracket, because you always get close matches. Like, all tournament long, the matches are close. And also we love double elimination, because Obelix, he got upset, but he is not out yet. He will be playing later against... actually, I don't know who he's gonna play against. I believe he's gonna play against Jan. Not fully sure, take this with a bit of a grain of salt, but he should be playing against Jan next. And these players are close to transition. We have a massive 130 KD tier to Meme. Elb's game just hasn't been that strong here, and we can see Elb is now being open. Once again, getting the next Tetris for Elb. So Elb is now trying to get ready to catch up to Meme on level 19 speeds. Meme is close in terms of the well, needs to win a few lines to get that open. Nice Z-piece for Meme into J, open, ready for the next Tetris. Elb is nice and low, both players are waiting for the bar. Meme winning a triple here. And next Tetris to Meme. Elb is setting up, getting the bar. Tetris to Elb as well. 9 lines and 11 lines before the transition. Elb burning a single here. Small skim. Looks like we could have a bit of a drought here coming up if I see it correctly here on Meme's board. And yes, we see the drought counter on Elb's side. And Elb just created a small hole in the stack that he needs to clean up. He is quite high. 30-piece drought now. Elb open. Meme transitions 529. 529 transition here for Elb. For Meme. Elb 40-piece drought. Holy. Transitioning at 427. Close to the world here. 41, 42, 43-piece drought. That was a long drought before the transition, but both players managed it nicely. Survived. Got Tetrises afterwards, and it's 562, 480. About a 3 Tetris difference now, so Elb was actually able to catch up a bit here in this. Same lines, now down to a 2.5 Tetris lead. Meme just close to the well using an L-piece here, which means she needs to clean up a few lines to get out of this situation and to not allow Elb to overtake her. Once Elb overtakes Meme, this could be it for Meme in this game. Meme gets a nice 30 Tetris, opening up the center well just before the lumber fell down, and she is now trying to clean this up completely. While Elb is playing aggressive. He doesn't get the defense over. Lost test on the Elb. Does it on the long bar. Does get the next bar over. And Elb, okay, got the Tetris. Nice. So he's now also focusing on cleanup. Next long bar exactly when he needed it. Nice adjustment here. Lost test on that O piece. Next bar goes over to the left. Oh, not the pieces that Elb needs. SZ, incorrect L piece. Long bar to the left, to the right. Nice, nice. Double incorrect L piece, but still workable here for Elb. Okay, O piece. Okay, so stacked on Elb is... I said it was getting under control, but then the overshift of that long bar. So left side for Elb is now inaccessible, basically. And this means quick tap didn't happen. Top out from Elb, 581. And Meme sweeps Elb. 3-0. Meme wins this match. Whew. The last few games, they were so close in terms of like fields where you just tried to get them open, in terms of points where the players were just like 100 points apart at them, or 400 points apart at some point, where double could have done it, it just didn't happen. And we are only the top 24. There's so many more matches going to happen. There's, I believe, still bet going on CT1 currently. And of course, we also will have much more here on CT2. The next round is gonna be the top 16. We now only have 16 players left here in the upper bracket, as well as players left in the lower bracket. So that was so like amazing just to watch. You know, these close matches between Beam and Alp, like game number 2 for example, just Alp trying to survive at the end. He overshifted that bar, which was the end. That was so amazing to watch. And then of course also Obelix and Gunther. Gunther topping out around the transition. Obelix also being a bit of danger, trying to get there and just not making it. But on the positive side, that means that there's a bit of break for me to, you know, get some air in and be ready for our next matches. We have 5-6, 790 in the top 16, which means Jesper versus Adam, as well as Joji versus Tim. So see you in about half an hour. Have a great break, and yeah, we will see you here in about 28 minutes.
flat bracket is everybody gets a fair opponent. So we've been through many rounds of players earlier in this weekend, but now we're getting to the top. All these players have now fought meticulously to earn their spot to face off against our top seeds. So what kind of action do we have in store? Who are our next players?
So over here on CT2 we will have Jesper against Adam MTS. Of course you saw Adam MTS play. Jesper has played in many CTWC desks before, has won many of the CTWC PAL championships. Someone to definitely look out for. He got 3 max outs during qualification. And then we have Georgie and Tim as well. Tim, British player, he has won earlier against Marcus, who is fun play as well. Immaculate, he does amazing stuff using Dash. And Georgie, he got 2nd place last year. He played 15 games in total against Robin last year, because we have the double elimination, so we had them face off in like the earlier rounds. Then Georgie lost, we got back to the finals, had a bracket reset, and then the 3rd match. And it was like 7-8 in the end. So he lost a best of 15 by 1 game. So he's definitely up there. He has practiced a ton since then and even won DAS Masters.
DAS Masters, yeah. Against our #1 seed, Pixelandy, at this tournament. So the drama has been forming. It's really been an incredible year for DAS. So many DAS exclusive tournaments and players really grinding their all this past year to be at their best.
I believe we introduced the players, so why not? Why shouldn't we take a look at them? So,
yeah, let's take a look.
Are we switching to single field now? I'm having like the CT1 stream open on my laptop with like the bracket, CT1, and tons of other stuff open just so that we have all of the information. But apparently we're actually just going to a single field.
There we go. There's our view of the players.
Okay, I was so confused. Maybe they're just having some fun stuff happening here on the CT1. But yeah, no, it makes sense to go to like 4 players because you have still so much happening. You saw the whole schedule. It's jam-packed. 123 matches. So much Tetris action here.
Indeed, it is both the joy and the stress of running such a large, flat, double elimination bracket. There is a lot to keep track of, a lot to schedule. I know there was even concern over whether Pixelandy would get here in time this morning. So many players to wrangle, but Andy did show up on time.
Yeah, I mean, we had a few players where we were like, are they gonna make it on time? Like Alex, for example, was a few minutes delayed, but all made it on time.
So now, are these matches already underway? I would assume so. Normally players don't warm up on 18.
Actually, depends. Some do like to warm up on 18. But yeah, it looks like the matches have already started here. So we have Jesper versus Adam and Georgie versus Tim. As you see, the $2,500 prize pool. Overnight, Scott donated $2,000, which is insane.
Yeah, thank you so much to Scott Gray yet again, and to all of our donors, as the prize pool hopefully continues to grow over this weekend. Because we have so many players coming out now, and the really great opportunity of these prize pools is they do allow the players to attend more events. As we had with Jonas Cup, it allowed 4 top Americans to make it out here this year. And I know that players want to continue going out. I've heard that Gio actually might be coming to Jonas Cup this year.
I hope so. He's an amazing player, and I hope that he will have the opportunity to get to the Jonas Cup. Talk about these amazing players. You can see already some, tugs and all of that stuff that you need to play proper Tetris worlds. Also the first draws now, over 20 pieces already here on Adam's and Jesper's side. And we have the next Tetris going in. Jesper needs to clean up that small hole here. And in general, nice clean games here.
Yeah, these are all premium players here on screen. We're expecting to see incredible matches from this point on in the tournament.
The last 8 players joined were, of course, Andy, Fractal, Leo, Georgie, Jesper, Scooty, Tugi, and Robin.
And a perfect clear for Giovanni there. What a fun move to do in Tetris. Unfortunately, in this version, it doesn't mean any extra points, but it's still one of the flashiest moves you can do.
And it's more important than points, it intimidates the opponent, because now Tim knows that Joji can do them, and he knows, okay, so he's gonna stack perfect, he's gonna do like no issues, no errors, just clean, and he has to do his best as well. But here we can see, like, these players be pretty close counting points. Half a Tetris lead for Joji, and a Tetris lead here for Adam.
Simul Tetris for our players at the bottom. Yeah, these phases are all very good. These players have all gotten off to a great start and not gotten into much trouble at all so far. This is, of course, level 18, so the players are expected to be able to cruise at the beginning and hopefully show off their stacking skills to build up a solid transition score, at which point the game becomes much more difficult, especially for Das.
So 18 is basically where these players try to get to like 70-80% Tetris rate, so DS was a bit behind that, so that they can still play a bit aggressive on 19, but they don't have to risk everything.
So Tim here is battling a bit of an overhang. He's not going to be able to score Tetrises for a bit, just trying to get this board back under control, and does not put the long bar over to the right and manages to get the clear he was looking for. Now is one more overhang and gets the Tetris. Tetris for Tim, just back 1.5 Tetrises from last year's runner-up.
And it's neck and neck currently between Jesper and Adam, but Adam has a bit of a dirty board here. That means Jesper should be able to get ahead here, unless Adam could try to go for a dirty Tetris. He is set up. Oh, he didn't adjust for the dirty Tetris.
Yeah, I know Adam qualified a little bit lower than expected for a former CTWC DAS champ. And it means that he's facing some top players very early on. Now, Jesper was a bit shocked that he'd have to face Adam in this round. But he said it's an opportunity to avenge his last year's loss at Adam's hands. So it should be a great match. And meanwhile, 666 Tim is fighting for his life at the bottom. And this is going to take perfect pieces to get out of.
Nice. Oh, that L placement was... I would have taken the burn, all I'm gonna say, but Tim didn't, topped out, and Joji takes game number 1 before the transition, which means you can focus on one transition only, or I guess one match transitioning, and don't have to switch between both of them here.
Yeah, and both players in a little bit of traffic here up at the top. Jesper has that hole in his stack and is gonna block his board right before transition. He needs to get this open quick.
He's high, but he has a generally good board. There's not that much trouble in his board, yeah.
Okay, he's gonna get it open, but that's a high bar and he has no burn options.
Yep.
And he gets the long bar just in time. Edge of death for Jesper there.
Yeah, well done. So Jesper now ahead of Adam, both players clean. Transition luckily survived here by both players, and they're now pushing each other here on 19. Jesper said, as I said, 1.5 Tetrises. So Adam needs to find a way to get ahead of Jesper here. Of course, the bottom match has also started. So Jesper having some trouble again in his deck, much easier to handle than what he had before, but this could allow Adam to get ahead of Jesper and put some pressure here on Jesper.
Yeah, so still very close, less than a Tetris apart. Jesper just trying to get this board in a Tetris ready position, which he now has, just waiting for the Tetris, takes a skim. Board is starting to split up, but does get the Tetris in time, is going to be able to stabilize things now. Just going to take some burns. And now it is continuing to get closer and closer. Just a 10,000 point difference. And
the bottom match is being pretty close here currently. Half a single difference only. So neck and neck. You can see 73-64% Tetris rate here. Only 20 some change pieces in. Tim needs to win a few lines, so Joji can get the small lead in, while at the top, LJ dependency filled in for Jesper. Adam needs to win a few lines. A Tetris and some change lead here for Jesper. Next Tetris going to Adam. Now at the same lines and less than half a Tetris lead here for Jesper. Jesper closing the world here for a double. This could be maybe an opportunity for Adam. No, okay, Adam also needs to win a double here. Oh, these small skims here, they just add up over time.
yeah, this is very close. Gonna be a real exciting finish here. Jesper gets the Tetris. Nice adjustment there to maintain his Tetris readiness when the long bar came. And Adam not too far behind, just 7,000 points. It could come down to the final Tetris.
Yeah, earlier we had Alp versus Meme. The difference between Alp winning game 2 or not was a double.
Yes, he did not know that he only needed a double to win. Oh, and Adam's in big trouble right now. Gonna need an emergency long bar quick. Has no other options to burn. And it looks like that's gonna be it. Jesper's gonna take the game.
That's the 1-0 here for Jesper. Close to the transition, so I'm gonna guess he's just mullining until the end to get a bit of...
To increase his stats.
Increase the stats, good point.
Although, yeah, he's not able to get too much right here because his board's pretty dirty, so it's a very minor mullen.
Yeah, it was like level 27 when he chopped out, so just trying to get the percentage to level 29 as high as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the bottom match between Georgie and Tim. Georgie currently has a 6 Tetris lead here, so this is going to be an uphill battle for Tim. And both players are at 69 lines. Nice. Okay, so upper match, top match should start game number 2 soon. Small drought building up here for Tim. Only 17 pieces, so something these players are just used to.
So Gio with an enormous lead. What we would expect from a top finalist from last year. I know Gio really, really wants to take it all this year. Has been working so hard, putting in the work in DAS Masters and everything else. We'll see how he resolves this overhang. Gets one piece. Now T would have perfectly done it, but taps to take the burn and still get the Tetris.
It was just 2 pieces. He is 6 Tetrises ahead, so he doesn't need to play hyper aggressive. He can just, at this point, kinda chill.
I liked that adjustment with the line piece to put it in column 9 and then build up.
7 Tetris lead now even.
Yes, and Tim is stuck digging, so it's just more opportunity for Gio to build his lead, and a dirty Tetris for Gio.
A small fun fact, last year I was like, Gio's kind of like the technician. He does so many fancy adjustments, movements and all of them. Like just for the LPC again, he saw next up OPs and was like, okay, let's just flip the LPC here. Guess the spin as well.
What an adjustment there.
The amazing thing is, he's playing safer than last year.
Oh.
He's doing less crazy stuff, but it's still, you watch him and you're like, what the heck is going on?
Yeah. Wow. And the thing is, like, Tim isn't even playing badly here. Like, his score isn't bad. It's just that Gio has been so efficient.
Yeah, and now Joey having 2 smokes in this deck is going to be a bit of burning, but he has 180k and the 8 Tetris lead here for Georgie. T-spin, just casual T-spin here to clean up the well. Tim being in a lot of trouble here after that T-piece hang.
Yeah, that was a very dangerous board state for Tim. Got the emergency Tetris to get back down to temporary safety, but has the transition coming up in just 10 lines. So he cannot transition with a board this high and have much chance of survival. He wants to get this down quick.
Yeah, we had Jesper in a high board as well last game, but he had like a clean stack underneath. So he was just high, but not in danger. For Tim, this is high and too many holes to properly handle. He's getting a bit lower, so this is now somewhat 19 playable.
Yes.
But still, he needs good pieces now.
He needs one more good piece, and he does get something perfect square for the left. He can survive this if he gets good pieces. Nice pole vault with the line piece, and looks like he will survive.
Yeah, LJ is in and is now open, so he survived. 8 Tetrises behind those, so a nice, amazing position in terms of lead here for Georgie.
Yeah.
But Tim is in, and Georgie can also always top out on 19. We have had that before, not likely, but for Tim, just stay in, continue playing, and you still have a chance.
Yeah, although Gio is going to make it harder and harder for Tim to have any possibility of winning, even if Gio were to top out now. Just every single Tetris puts Tim in a deeper hole, and Tim is on the verge of topping out here if he doesn't get a long bar right away. And it's not coming. Oh! The long bar comes just 1 or 2 pieces too late.
Georgie just not mullining, topping out, so that he can start game 3 as soon as possible. In the top match, we currently have about a 1 Tetris lead for Jesper, and we are on a projection to like 500, 600k transitions, so 2 high scoring games here on top going on between Jesper and Adam. Yes, both players not getting a bar here for some time. So yeah, here's another drought counter, and the bar just immediately arrive. This is something that I ask a lot of people who I cast with. When do you consider a drought to be like a genuine drought? Because you see like up 14, 15, for example. So often that I'm always like anything under 20 pieces is like just something you get 5 times a game.
Yeah, so I guess the technical definition of a drought in this game I've heard, and I could agree with, is anything over 15, because that's the maximum you would get in 7 bag. Like the line pieces being the maximum distance apart in 2 consecutive bags. So anything beyond that, that drought is unique to NES Tetris and wouldn't appear in modern guideline versions. But we're so used to droughts in NES Tetris, we kind of prepare for 15 long droughts all the time.
Yeah.
So when I think it starts becoming like a lot, even for a Tetris player, it depends on the situation. But yeah, around in the early 20s is when it really starts to feel like you haven't gotten something in a long time. And meanwhile, Jesper's stack is just tuckalicious right now. Multiple tucks, getting everything stable. So is it the same for you? You consider somewhere in the 20s?
Exactly, early 20s, like 22, 23 is when I'm playing, like, where's the effing long bar? Yeah. And I guess it's the same for most players, and people who I've asked, they're always like, yeah, early 20s.
Yeah. Let's say the worst type of drought to experience for me, beyond the long bar drought, is when you have a specific board situation where you need a piece with 2 units on the bottom that you can clear away something in a skim, oftentimes in a dig, where you get droughted on the L, J, and square at the same time.
That's
the
so
worst.
much worse.
Because you feel like, oh, that piece should come like almost half the time.
It's like a 50% chance.
Yes, and it still doesn't come. But yeah, all these players doing a great job cleaning up their boards. Tim has a little bit of traffic, should be able to get out of it, and actually does have the lead over Gio, surprisingly, early in this match.
Also talking early, Jesper's transitioning into 19th, so the 19th position just happened for Jesper, and it's necking like 3,500 points difference in the transition here, so both players just trying to, now go for Tetrises and finally put extra pressure on the opponent. Let's see who will be able to pull ahead here. Jesper and Adam both need to burn a few lines here. Adam is most likely open earlier, but he doesn't get the pieces he needs, which means the route is not approaching. Okay. So Jesper is clean, Adam is clean. About to Tetris detail currently for Jesper. Well, immediately closed by Adam. And Joji, I see, is going for column 8 Tetris here. So both players clean at the top match now.
Oh, nice getting that Z piece, I think. S or Z all the way over for Jesper to clutch out that Tetris. Oh my gosh, and just again, Jesper maintaining the 72,000, now 45,000 point lead, playing immaculately, and this is what he needs to do to take down the former world champ. Would love to go up 2-0 here. Ooh, wow, 2 consecutive tucks, but is now in a huge danger. This is going to be really tough to dig out of. Going to need perfect stuff.
He gets a few burns in at least. Looks like, taking for the double. Nice double adjustment, but T-piece doesn't go over to the right. Losing that on the next piece. Yes, but topping out 1.5 Tetrises for Adam to go. Adam also somewhat high, but he has easy ways to clean this up. Gets low in the stack, and he can line this out.
Yes.
Tetris and some change, level 23. So no pressure on Adam's shoulders. He knows, hey, I just need to play clean, and I win this. In the meantime, Joji nearly 3 Tetrises ahead here of Tim, and both, still be 400 lines, so there's still quite a lot of 18 to go between Tim and Joji. So half a Tetris to go for Adam. As I said, he's just gonna clean this up, play this safely, no pressure on his shoulders. He's like, okay, I can line this out, and I will line this out.
Yeah, Adam's a pro. He knows what to do.
He has been playing in so many tournaments. He just knows what to do. He has like the game feel that you need. Just
and 0.01 Tetrises.
And he did it. So it's now 1-1 in this best of 5 here. The bottom match, 100 lines. So level 19 is coming up soon. 2.5 to a 3 Tetris lead here for Joji. Tim needs to burn a few lines here. Once again, in a bit of a troublesome-ish situation before. Level 19, similar to what we had in game number 2, just much easier to clean up. So Tim should be able to get a safe transition in this time. I say he's building up for a too high Tetris. Well, okay, he does get the Tetris. Nice Tetris here for Tim. And about 3 Tetrises to go before level 19. But Joji also now close and needs to clean this up. Only like 3 or 4 burns here. Let's see if he does get the pieces required for them. Yeah, looks like he does. What was the T-piece for Joji here? I feel like that was totally misflipped, but stack is mostly cleaned here. LJ dependency. And of course the LJ pieces don't arrive in time, so closed. Bit of a dirty-ish. Actually, it does get fully open. Perfect. Joji open, transitioned. Oh, but look at Tim.
Oh, he gets that long bar just in time.
Yeah, I want to say if he doesn't get that bar, this could be it, but he got the bar in time and is now getting low on the stack, cleaning this up.
Ooh, 2 squares in a row. That was not helpful, but he does get the bars to burn down afterwards.
Also nice LPs here, so nearly fully cleaned again. Jesper a bit high, but does get the long bar perfect.
But yeah, Tim is going to need to play aggressive here if he wants any chance of taking this to game 4.
Yeah, 4.5 Tetrises here behind Joji. And we're on level 19. Joji is not looking like he wants to slow down his aggression at all, so next Tetris is going to Joji. Tim is also trying to go for Tetrises here, is now set up, waiting for the next bar, getting the bar at Tetris to Tim. Could have adjusted for that S-piece here, but didn't do it in time, so he just placed the T-piece in the first position. Wasn't optimal, but better than taking risks and topping out.
Jesper will see how he attacks this overhang. Doesn't get the perfect skim, but it does open up his Tetris well, and he gets a Tetris to take back the lead versus Adam. Adam's going to take it right back with his Tetris. Jesper looking over to see the score. Meanwhile, Gio just pouring it on here. Does have to do a little bit of burning, but it barely matters with this big a lead. And Tim just going to need some magic out of a hat here to have a chance against last year's runner-up. Trying his best. He's playing aggressive. Ooh, that was so aggressive. Going to need a long bar quick.
But he needs that aggression. He has 5.5 Tetrises behind Joji, which is over 20 lines. So even if Joji tops out now, Tim gets all Tetrises. Seems until like 26, 27. So he needs to play aggressive. Oh, yeah, this could be it for... Yeah, this is it for Tim.
Tough play by Tim. He knew the situation. He was trying to go all out aggressive, and unfortunately the RNG will only allow that for so long. And Gio with a dominant sweep against 666 Tim.
Many games we had 200k plus leads, and it will mullen out the last game. Trying to go for it, max out here most likely. Level 26, 854, so should be easily doable here for Joji. In the upper pitch, in the meantime, we are past the halfway point of 18, 298, 272. Only a Tetris difference, so it's neck and neck basically up there. Or as we say in German, Schneck an Schneck.
All right, Gio looking to close out this max out here. Has just 2 Tetrises to go. There's one. Oh, actually a little bit more than 1 Tetris. Will get the max out, and ooh, had to quick tap there. Trying to maintain that perfect stack. Does get just 5,000 points away. One more Tetris will do it. He's looking to do it in style. One more Tetris before the kill screen. And there it is. Oh, no!
He doesn't get the bar over. He hang it. Still possible. He does get the next one over. Quick taps it over. And Joji does the max out in style.
Oh my goodness. What a moment to clutch out that max out. Even if the game ultimately does not count as more of a victory, it's still cool to show off their skills as a preview of what Gio's opponents might have to expect in the next round.
Yeah, earlier we talked a bit, like we as in me and some staff people talked about how many max outs do you think we will see in the matches today? And this was the first one here on CT2. Many more to come. So we're also close to the transition here in game number 3 between Jesper and Adam. It's a 1-1. And Jesper's like a 2.5 Tetris lead here against Adam, so it's still pretty close with a bit of a favor for Jesper.
Jesper just waiting for that bar. Where is it? He's not able to capitalize on all of Adam's burning here. Where's our drought counter? Now this is what you mentioned. This feels like a drought, even though I didn't think it didn't even show up. Maybe it didn't reach that. Okay, so the drought shows up on Adam's side.
Yeah.
We're seeing Adam go through that same drought.
Yep. For some reason, it only shows on like player 2 and player 1 side. I don't know why, but it was a 22-piece drought. Yeah, so we were like, okay, at like early 20s, it starts to feel like a drought. It was early 20s.
Yes, yeah.
And we're close to the transition here as Jesper 539.
Oh no, Jesper in a little bit of trouble.
He does get the bar.
Oh,
Nice.
simul-Tetrises.
Yeah.
And simulcasting of the simul-Tetrises.
Yeah, double simul, you could say. Quadruple. And we have 547, we had 539, so what an 80,000 point lead here for Jesper in the transition, which is 3.5 Tetrises.
And Adam trying to make this comeback here. Does get a Tetris, but has a little bit of traffic in his board. A little bit of Swiss cheese.
No, it's Polish cheese.
Polish cheese, right.
But was able to get out of that small situation. Nice skim here on Adam's side. Now having a long body plancy in column 3. And the bar doesn't fall down for some time, but now it is here.
Yeah, and Jesper's going to get a Tetris, just continuing to build up this lead.
Keep the line difference in mind. It's over 10 lines.
That is true. So it still is a lead, but the true lead, I guess pace lead, is a little bit less.
He had a 3.5 Tetris pace lead in transition, and taking lines into consideration, it's actually a bit smaller now. It's like a 2.5 Tetris pace lead.
Indeed.
Good pieces here now for Adam to build up the Tetris well again, getting the bar. So getting closer once again here. As Jesper needs to burn a few lines, has this hole in the stack, needs burns on the left side, starting to burn it down slowly but surely. Now bar for column 8 needed here for Jesper. Doesn't get it in time, opens it up again. Okay, now bar for Jesper to burn. Not for Tetrises, just burns. And it's 763 versus 622. Adam also in a troublesome position here. He doesn't get the tuck.
Oh my goodness. Adam is getting the pieces he needs to survive this. Oh my goodness. That dirty triple, and Adam is back down to safety.
Yeah, he did it. Amazingly well played here by Adam. Still reminds me of like the insane stuff we saw back in 2022 by Adam. You know exactly what part I mean.
Oh yes. That was a dig for the ages. But this dig may not matter if Jesper can close this out strong. He is on the verge of putting Adam out of reach here with that. Oh no! And that might be the game right there. If Jesper cannot get a long bar, he has no burn options. Oh no!
He doesn't get the quick tap. No, that would have been a double, which would have at least put him lower, but he didn't manage to get it, which means Adam has about 26 lines to clean, to end this game. 2 Tetrises left to go. He can do it. He needs to play quite aggressive, but it should be doable.
Yeah, he does not have a clean board, but he has plenty of time to burn it back down, and now it is clean again. He just needs 2 Tetrises. Now, it is not guaranteed. He needs to stack it perfectly. Okay, there's one, so I don't think he can line this out. He does need a triple or 2.
But he has 8 lines to set up a Tetris at least.
Yes. Oh, but the Tetris is not coming. That's only a triple. That does get him most of the way there, so he has to set up dirty. If he gets droughted, that could be costly. He does have the Tetris set up, just waiting for the bar.
And he does get the bars! So Tetris and 2-1 for Adam. Clutching it out here. And setting up for style and getting the style. 8:43 for Adam. Taking game number 3.
And you can see on Jesper's face, he's frustrated. He knows that he had the Tetris set up and just missed it. 1 or 2 more Tetrises would have basically put it out of reach for Adam. Jesper just wasn't able to get them. So that is a pivotal game 3. Now Adam is on the verge of advancing, but there's still an opportunity for Jesper to come back, and Adam knows he's already locked in. He's ready for the next game.
He's always locked in. And if Adam manages to win the next game in terms of seeding, it's going to be a huge upset. Seed 28 winning against seed 5.
Yes, although we know that Adam on a normal day would be a much higher seed, so this is the So sort of the reason why you qualify, because it's the first phase of the tournament. If you don't have a good performance in quals, it does punish you, as Adam has been sort of punished here with a very strong opponent this early in the tournament for him.
Not only that, but also many matches in total. He had played 2 before, one against, actually 3 before. One against Jelena, one against Diva, and one against SV. So this is already his 4th match here in this tournament.
Uh-oh, and Jesper just gonna commit to the triple there.
And now he needs to clean up only 2 lines to burn. But this could allow Adam to build up an early lead here. Let's see. Now okay, Adam also has to close the world here, so it's still neck and neck. Adam using a few lines here to get open again. Hopefully only one burn away. Yeah, okay. He did it, and we have about a neck and neck now. Okay, 79, 77 at the same lines.
Oh, interesting setup for Adam. He does clear it away with a double. I don't know if that was the most efficient option there, but it did work out as far as keeping things clean.
Yeah, and Adam Jenner is quite the efficient player. So maybe it was. Misses the spin though. You can see Jesper also need to burn a few lines here. Neck and neck. 112, 107. And game number 4, match point for Adam. But of course, you mentioned like the huge bracket that we have. We have a double elimination, which means whoever loses the match is still having a second chance. Over on the next round is still CT3, CT4.
Jesper looking a little frustrated after, I guess, what looked like maybe a misdrop, having to do a little bit more burns up at the top of the screen. Does have things open now.
Here's the drought, 24 pieces already. Okay, 26 piece drought. Quite manageable still.
That was uncomfortable though. He was getting high up with a jagged board. Now has a long bar dependency in the center. Is not going to be able to get a Tetris with it. It will only be a triple, but does clean up the board, does get back open. Adam, meanwhile, locked in, clean board, ready for the Tetris. Has a half Tetris lead so far, so it's basically schneck and schneck.
Gets the next bar into Tetris for Jesper, 196 against 185.
But now Adam's the one with a hole in his board. He's going to be stuck digging at the top for a while. Just has to burn all this stuff out of the way. No danger for him, but does cost him maybe a Tetris or 2 in available lines.
But he played this quite efficiently. Like the dig was quickly, it didn't cost like anything extra.
It didn't extend, beyond what it needed to be.
So well played here by Adam, and we are about halfway done. 242, 216. It's actually not that high scoring of a game here for both of these players. The seed hasn't been the kindest here. We can see in the Tetris rate 50 and 47%.
Yes, so these players are given the same pieces out of fairness so that one player won't get screwed over by the number of bars or a crazy O burst or anything else like that. Both players will have to go through the same experience. So it is as fair as we can reasonably get it as a measure of how they handle this set of random pieces where they don't know what's coming next.
Exactly. Like in theory, of course, you can done an infinite amount of combinations. There's, I don't know how many different we have. In theory, you could learn all of them.
In theory,
no.
although 7 times, I don't know how many pieces are in this typical game to 29, but it's in the hundreds. So 7 to the power of 500 or however many it is. It's going to be a lot of seeds you got to memorize.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, in like the OG Tetris version, which some tournaments use, some don't. Like, there is like you could in theory play perfect and get the exact pieces that you need.
Oh no! And Jesper's on the verge of topping out here. His tournament is on the his match is on the line here. He needs a long bar now.
Give him the bar.
Oh no!
No!
Oh, and the bar comes one piece too late.
It's always like that. It's always like Tetris is like, I know what you need, but I don't give it to you. And yeah, here's the 3-1 for Adam. Adam wins against Jesper.
That is brutal. Such a momentum change so quickly. Jesper was ahead so big in the third game there. It looked like he was going to go up 2-1, and then that one missed Tetris changed the whole momentum of the match. But incredible showing from both players. We did get the powerhouse matchup that we were expecting. So we have... That is just another glimpse of what these top players can do at this level in the tournament. We saw Adam, the former champion, and Gio, the former runner-up, cruising to victory in both of their matches and showing that they are forces to be reckoned with as we get into the top 16, the top 8, and the semis and finals.
Yeah, there's still a lot to come. We're currently in the top 16, as you said. And yeah, we have had a few matches happening already. The two that we're here. One is finished over on CT1. CT1 is still playing Robin against Gold, which, based on what I see, seems to be in favor of Robin currently. But yeah, over here we also have more matches coming up. And you know...
Yeah, so what do we have next in store for us, Jacob?
Over here we will have Tugi versus Meme, as well as Fractal versus Gunther. So, two of the Jonas Cup top 4. Fractal actually the winner, seed number 2.
Yeah, these are both going to be incredible matches. I know that there was a bit of friendly banter from Tugi online last year saying that he believes Europeans are better than Americans at DAS. So he will have the opportunity to put his money where his mouth is by taking on a top American himself.
Yeah, it's only in about 10 minutes. As we can see, the next match starts at 13:45 local time or 11:45 AM UTC. Yeah, we have Tugi versus Gunther. As we said, means Tugi will have to try to just show us that Europeans are better at DAS than, in this case, specifically Meme. And then, if he wins, either Fractal or Gunther. I mean, I talked to Gunther a bit before, and he was like, yeah, I'm definitely gonna win against Fractal, so let's see if Gunther can upset Obelix, seed 15, and then also Fractal, seed 2. Unlikely, but always possible.
Yeah, and it will be exciting to see the Jonas Cup champion over in action in CTWC DAS for the first time, kind of the spearhead of the American contingent coming over here. Fractal was the first to confirm, and the rest of the top 4 followed suit. And then that even got a couple other Americans to join in on coming.
Like you, for example, and of course Damon, Fractal's dad, and Vince.
Yes. And it's been cool because I've heard there's even European players that didn't show up consistently all these years, but now the tournament's become so big that, you know, they're like, well, it's you know, it's close enough to me. I gotta make it out.
Yeah, I mean,
it's big.
I know that we are growing every year, like in terms of player, in terms of skill, and it's just so amazing to see this. Like, I've been, of course, at all of them, and the skill level has just jumped every year. Like production quality, skill level, we are always trying to top what we had before.
Yeah, it's great to be part of a scene that's growing.
Yeah.
You get to see new stuff every year.
Actually, I just realized we could see Robin versus Fractal in the finals, like the CTWC DAS champion and Jonas Cup champion.
Indeed, it would make my thumbnail I did for my video mean something. I wasn't sure if that matchup was going to happen.
Looks like it could.
I guess we have 2 opportunities for it because we have the winners bracket finals and then the grand finals. So
arguably even 3 because we could get a record reset.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah. So we have a short break, probably like 5 minutes before the next matches over here, which will be, as already said, Tugi versus Meme and Fractal versus Gunther. So see you in about 5 minutes again over here on CT2. Of course, feel free to check out CT1 as well, and CT3 and CT4 still have some matches going on in the lower bracket, so if you love Tetris, then feel free to have 4 windows open at once, use some multi-stream.
And be sure to listen to our commentary out of the 4.
So we are back on CT2, us being of course Game Scout and me. Here we have, you could say, the clash of 4 giants happening now, being Tsugi, who is arguably the best Tetris, death Tetris player in the German-speaking area, against Meme, as well as Fractal versus Gunther.
Yeah, this is an incredible cross-continental matchup of players, really showing just how much this tournament has grown. You wanted to see international Tetris play, cross-continental Tetris play. You're seeing it right about now.
Actually, there's a bit of a positive and negative thing to say, because Scooty is also playing on CT1, which means if you want to see all of the American players, you need to open CT1 and CT2 at the same time. Of course,
listen to our commentary, yes.
Exactly, you stay here for our commentary, but you need to open like CT1, like your 4th monitor, so that you can also see them play. You know, as Tetris players have like crazy 500 monitor setup. That's so, you know, totally normal.
Yes, I would do that for normal CTWC back in the day when it was necessary. Those online years were special, and now we're here in person, so it means that while I'm here commentating, I just get to watch one stream, but you guys at home can watch them all.
Yeah, exactly. And talking about watching, maybe we can even watch the players warm up. We already teased them before, but you know, Beam, top 4 Jonas Cup, played amazingly well in her match against Elb.
Also, yeah, the one person to have a 1.319 PB. That's higher than her 18 PB.
Yeah. Actually, one fact about Meme versus Elb, though. Elb didn't use his own controller. His controller broke just before the match, so he had to quickly borrow one. So that's quite tough for him, but maybe that was just like a show of Meme trying to be polite, and she will now face Tsugi and show what she can do when she's at 110% power. Of course, we have Fractal, Seed 2, Jonas Cup winner, versus Gunther. Gunther is the 2nd French player still in the bracket, I do see. And yeah, he already upset Obedex, and he's trying to upset Fractal as well.
This is very exciting. I think I heard some countdowns, and we are off with these players.
Yes, we are.
Love to see it.
Thanks to Lucy for putting the multi-Twitch link here in chat for CT1, 2, 3, 4. There's 8 matches or 16 players of Tetris currently playing here. It's filled. It's stacked. I wanted to say it's Tetris for whoever gets the Tetris, but it's Tetris for Gunther now.
I was so confused. I thought you said thanks to Lucifer.
Oh, Lucy.
for posting the link. I was like, well, I mean, we did have 666 Tim previously, but I don't think he's around anymore.
No longer. No, I meant Lucy, also known as
Lucy 4. Yeah. Yes, now I understood.
No. So, thanks to Lucy for giving us the link.
Oh my gosh, and Gunther in trouble early, has a tough dig to get out of. And, needs one more good piece, and that square's not gonna get over. That might be the end of the match. We'll see what he can do.
He does get maybe flat burn in. No, okay.
No. And that's a quick win for Fractal.
Yeah, that was a quick game number 1.
Was this Fractal's first game in the tournament, or did he play a previous round?
This is his first match, yes.
Oh my goodness. All right, Fractal, a perfect 1-0 in Europe.
Thanks to Lucifer for providing us with these Tetris demons.
Yes. That's true. Sometimes it does feel like the pieces are given to you by Lucifer.
Yeah, it does. But isn't that like the meme video of the Tetris god giving like the worst pieces ever?
That is true.
Yeah. Anyways, we have a match currently going on between Meme and Tsugi. Both players not in the nicest position here, like quite tough positions actually. I say as Meme is getting into a clean state, Tsugi getting the spin. Actually not getting a Tsugi spin, which is good. And bottom game 2 has started.
Immediately the tuck setup, both of them nail it. Perfect, identical placements. Oh, and Fractal with the adjustment for the square for them to diverge. Was talking to Fractal earlier about how fascinating it is that human stacking is still so different at the highest levels. You ask Stack Rabbit a sequence, it'll give you the same answer every time. But humans, they're unpredictable in how they will stack.
We also have different ideas because Stack Rabbit doesn't have like the information about how good is your opponent, for example, what's the current match situation.
Yes.
Based on that, we decide, hey, let's play more aggressive, let's play less aggressive, or we just don't think at all, we just place pieces down. That's kinda what some players do, like me sometimes.
Yes.
But yeah, so it's neck and neck now in game 2, as we have a 40-piece drought here going on. You have 40 pieces now between Fractal and Gunther in the drought. That's tough, but they managed to survive it. Nicely done.
And I'm already hearing chants in the background. Even though we're in a separate room, they're loud enough that I can hear it here. Can't quite make out what it is, but I would imagine there's some variation of Let's Go Tugi and Tugi Sucks.
Most likely, yeah. Also, we talked about noise. Did you take a look at your player back already? You should have seen like a small package of white stuff. If you open it up, you get like 2 long plastic bags. You blow them up and you can clap them together to make noise.
Oh, the little, I think they're called boom whackers in the United States.
Yeah, I don't know what they're called in like English properly, but yeah, we have provided them to every player, 100 of these pairs in total. So
oh my goodness, we're gonna get intense.
You can make noise during the finals, for example. I already told some players, hey, maybe get some hearing protection. I do mean that.
Yeah.
A bit of troublesome situation, quite high, 28-piece drought, still enough to get pieces in. Nice double here, but now the well is close. Bar doesn't burn, double into Tetris. Well done by Meme here, handled the situation calmly and efficiently.
Yes. Speaking of the noise protection, that actually was something that one of Fractal's opponents in, I believe, the top 16 or top 8 at Jonas Cup said, because Fractal almost was not here in Germany. He almost was taken out early in the Jonas Cup. He was in a decider versus Knight, and he had an early top out on 18, and the shock of the crowd actually distracted Knight into a catastrophic misdrop high up on the board that normally would never happen. And she ended up topping out, and Fractal just barely made it on to win the rest of the tournament.
Which is so funny.
Yes.
And yeah, that's exactly why, you can play as well as you want online. In-person tournaments are fully different.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we have Fractal now in about an 80k lead here against Gunther, 3.5 and up to 4.5 Tetrises. So Gunther is falling behind a bit here in the first half of 18. And the second half of 18 is nearly finished between Tugi and Beam in game number 1, which means we should see level 19 here quickly, like soon. And both of them are definitely capable of getting a max out and to level 29. Level 30, maybe not, but level 29 for sure.
Both players at the top transitioned with just around 500k.
Yeah, basically the same score. There was like 0.1 Tetris difference here, so neck and neck, schneck and schneck. Few burns here for Tugi, couldn't take this Tetris, so the lead is now in favor of Meme here. In the meantime, Fractal 6.5 Tetris lead here against Gunther.
Tugi sacrifices a hole in his stack there to get the Tetris, and we'll see if it pays off.
And that's like also, as a human, you're like, how aggressive do I want to play? Like second Rabbit always just plays 100% aggressive, but as a human, you make like the conscious decision.
And it looks like Tugi may have won the battle but lost the immediate war because he has been stuck digging for a while after just that putting one hole in his stack. And he is still having to battle here. Oh my goodness, these pieces are just not working out for his board.
The nice adjustment of that green S piece.
Oh, and he's still not able to get to that right well immediately. He probably will go for a center well here.
No for a triple to clean up.
Wow.
Tugi doesn't play center that aggressively normally.
Yeah, okay.
Small early shift of Meme of that green L piece, so Meme does need to take some burns, which is exactly what Tugi needs. Look at the scores.
Yes. Tugi finally getting opportunity to get back some of that lead Meme was able to build up while Tugi was extended in that dig.
But Fractal couldn't get his kind of 3 dirty Tetris, had to clean it up now, and is open to go for standard Tetrises again. And we are close to level 19 in the bottom match between Fractal and Gunther as well. Yeah, 503, 364. Massive lead here for Fractal, but that doesn't mean that Gunther's out. Gunther still has a chance to take this game. Tsugi and is currently clean, is closing in on Meme. Meme still needs to run a few lines and has played a few lines more than Tsugi, so the 1.5 Tetris lead is quite acceptable now for Tsugi. Managed to catch up 2 Tetrises already. Yeah. And we are only level 25, still a bit to go. Transition at the bottom happened. 550 for Fractal, 410 for Gunther. So massive lead for Fractal, but Fractal does need to burn a bit. Drought though on Gunther's side, as we can see. Early shift of that bar for Gunther. Doesn't matter too much, is staying in, is staying calm.
He did not want to get that long bar dependency, so he's been able to dig this back down. But he is down big now versus Fractal, who's just cruising along here. Tetris ready.
And in the upper match, we are currently halfway done off level 27 already. 40k lead here from Meme, so this neck and neck here. Next set was going to Tsugi. Meme hang that piece there.
Meme needs a bar now.
Give her the bar.
And that is, oh no! But so Tsugi did a big dig. He may not get this.
Nice double here for Tsugi. Tsugi is really close. He can line this out. Single, single. Okay, he's singling this out. It looks like he's staying calm.
Oh no.
What? No, that O piece.
It's so close.
Right side, please.
Is he going to take the double?
Okay. And there it is. Oh, game number 1. The last 5 lines here for Tsugi. Oh, so close. Well played here by Tsugi and Meme, pushing each other until the limit. And just less than 0.1 of a Tetris difference here. GG's to game number 1 and 1-0 for Tsugi. Fractal also in a bit of trouble here, but is having the nice green L piece here, so he can start cleaning this up. Perfect J piece as well here for Fractal.
Man, that was the edge of death actually for Fractal. If he did not get some crucial pieces there, he would have been dead. So Gunther actually could have stolen the game there because he was within striking distance still early on 19.
But Gunther is managing to catch up in terms of pace a bit, which is good for Gunther. Maybe he can scam Fractal out of the game anyways. You know, Gunther the French scammer.
And Fractal's not fully out of it. He would love a long bar right now, and he is not getting it. Fractal actually in a bit of trouble. Needs some good pieces. Oh, and a perfect bar. Finally gets out of danger. You can see the sigh of relief on his face.
And I also saw in the chat that moments like this are why Fractal has a 141.66 chance of winning. Which is mathematically correct, of course. Gunther needs something for his Column 8 here. Optimally a bar, but it doesn't look like the bar arrives in time, so Gunther is stopping out. And Fractal takes game number 2.
And just in time, because Fractal on the verge of topping out himself. I don't know if he knew he won. And well, maybe he's just trying to prove to himself that he can get out of this situation.
I believe that's what he's trying to do here. Maybe he's trying to end this in like fashion and like a fancy Tetris? No.
He's trying to get this down to intentional top outs stage. No natural top out for Fractal. Yeah, and showing that that had nothing on him. He was going to get out of it, and he does indeed get the intentional top out there.
They're just 3 lines off level 29. Well done here by Fractal and Gunther. Yeah, so it's now 2-0 for Fractal. Next up, match point for Fractal. Gunther now needs the reverse sweep here. Meme is quite high, which means Tsugi can build up a lead here against Meme, as we can see. So Meme needs to clean this up.
And Tsugi's reputation on the line here. He said if the Americans were able to beat the Europeans in this tournament, he'd look like a right donut. So he's doing what he needs to do so far.
Yep, but if he wins, he next up has to face Fractal, which is gonna be almost likely has to face Fractal, of course. We don't know for sure. But if he has to, then that's gonna be a tough situation for Tsugi. Seed 7 against Seed 2. Tough situation. Also, I have a bit here on Tsugi's board, but he's getting good pieces to clean that up. And yeah, it's 159, 142. It's pretty close here between these players.
Meme looking for the right piece to tuck. Did not get it, but does get the Tetris in time. Still not getting a piece to tuck. Finally does get it. But now is an uncomfortable square stack in the center. Oh, and another square. Going to have to commit to some burns now.
I mean, squares, you can just put them on top of each other until a certain point, and when that point is reached, they kind of suck.
Yes.
Yeah. Next Tetris to Meme. Not worrying too much about the O pieces here. Just going for efficiency, taking the lead of Tugi here. As we have 195, 193 at half of level 18. So we're not even like 400k projection wise currently, which is just a suffering. We can see 40% Tetris rate here for both players.
Just 380 points separate our top two players here, and less than a Tetris separates our bottom ones. Close matches is what you love to see among players of this caliber.
Yeah, the closer the better, you could say. Yeah, Tetris lead here now to Meme. Okay, looks like Gunther has a bit of a stacking situation here. Lots of burns that he is doing.
Nice clean triple, but oh, no spot for the squares. Just gonna commit to maybe a T-spin in the center. He does get the Tetris, but that takes away the T-spin. So now there's only one piece, I think, that cleanly solves it.
Oh,
it came one
long
piece too
by
late.
Meme on the left side does get another one for the Tetris, but didn't get it over as well.
I think she's trying to get the Tetris and then get something over, but
Yeah, most likely.
does get the Tetris in time, so now she's safe.
In worst case, you could have tried to go for a left rail after the Tetris, which is acceptable in 18. You don't want to do it, but you can. It's not that tough.
Yes, and so she finally does get a long bar to go back to the traditional right well. And while Gunther doing what he can to keep pace with Fractal, only down 1.5 Tetrises this game, as opposed to the huge lead he surrendered last game. He's doing what he can to just get these dirty Tetrises, maintain that pace, center well Tetrises. Okay, he looks like he's just going to burn it down maybe.
Only dirty triple from Meme, quite high, but gets good pieces to nearly be out of that. And yeah, opening up, getting Tetris, and Tetris to Meme. And we are close to the transition at the top, and pace lead is actually in favor of Tugi now, point lead as well. It is neck and neck, next Tetris here to Meme. Tugi set up, waiting for the bar, which should arrive in a few seconds. Yes, here it is, and bar Tetris to Tugi. And
Nice.
Here to Fractal, just trying to increase the lead as much as he can. 8 lines for Meme, 11 lines for Tugi until the transition here. So 19 is gonna be seen soon once again in another close match between Tugi and Meme.
So right as we're approaching transition here, just want to point out Fractal's the only person we can actually see their hands on their dash grip, because Fractal is the only player on screen using the non-traditional dash grip. He calls his grip El Gripero, based on what advice he was given from Guerrero Astif, the resident medical specialist in the Tetris community on healthy grips for players. And Fractal, very high up here, just trying to survive, does get the Tetris, and we have transitions on the top.
Meme actually had a tough transition board, but she managed to get out of it cleanly, and there weren't any issues like the 19 then. So well done here by Meme. And Tugi has about a 50k lead here against Meme. 537, 489, 2 clean stacks, so lots of 19 Tetrises coming up. And the bottom match, we can see Fractal's lead just increasing, now up to 482 against 386, now 408. Now yeah, about 100k lead here for Fractal. And Tugi 1.5 Tetrises, 2.5 Tetrises ahead of Meme, having played 1 line less, so amazing situation here for our Austrian player.
Tugi doing what he needs to do, and Meme just trying to get this Tetris. Does get it in time. Tetris for Meme, down just 1.5 Tetrises, and Tetris for Tugi. Meanwhile, Fractal getting very high, close to transition, is going to be able to burn this down. Oh no! And Gunther tops out just like that. What a shocker.
Yeah,
just a hang at the top.
I believe he early shifted a blue S piece and then didn't get the long bar over because, of course, early shift totally dead at that height.
Yes.
Which means Fractal sweeps Gunther, and we can focus on game number 2 between Tugi and Meme. TikiTrack saying I'm waiting for the double max out. Could happen in this game between Tugi and Meme.
Tugi did miss a tuck there, which is going to cost him some pace here, despite being on a fantastic pace beforehand.
I love that you can see the ref on like both sides of the screen.
Yes, double ref action here on the cameras. But Tugi is just back down, does not get the optimal S piece, but is going to be able to burn this down. Now open for Tugi finally, but Meme is a little bit behind in pace here, so Tugi will have a couple extra lines available to him at the end.
Tugi's like 2 Tetris ahead in terms of pace, I believe.
Yes, so Meme is going to have to go aggressive here to finish this out. She does not have the perfect board. Get something over to the left. Line piece, 1 piece too early for the Tetris. Has to commit to another burn, but both players now in a messy board situation. Meme gets clean first, so this is Meme's opportunity. Tugi is not in a position to Tetris.
No, but Meme is behind by 1.5 to 2 Tetrises in pace. Gets the first Tetris. Tugi needs to clean this up. Lead is now in favor of Meme here. Oh, Tugi doesn't get the pieces. LJ dependency. Long bar filled in. Dirty Tetris set up. He needs the bar. He's waiting for the bar for the Tetris, but it doesn't look like it's gonna fall down in time. Open once again. Bar. Dirty Tetris to Tugi, but it's not enough.
Insane play by Tugi here. He needs another Tetris to have a chance.
Oh, nearly a level 29 Tetris here for Meme, but Tugi now needs 2 Tetrises, as we can see. 1 Tetris and some change difference, so...
He needs 2 long bars. Set us on the fits. Oh my gosh, where's the long bar? Oh!
Doesn't arrive, which means 1-1. Both players won 1 game.
Incredible play by Tugi there. He knew he had to play aggressive. He was in this crazy dig, so he was just like, all right, I'm sending these up high. He did everything he possibly could to get that final Tetris. It wouldn't have quite been enough. He would have needed another couple lines afterwards, but to even put himself in the position where there was a chance was incredible.
Yes.
You almost never see a Vitz in that circumstance.
But it's exactly what you need to do in these situations. Okay, so you can see that Tugi is on the start screen, so is Meme. It looks like they are just ready to go again.
We're just waiting for the refs to confirm that everything is good. Tugi is flashing over and over again that he is ready.
Looks like he's wanting to play here.
And there we go.
Yes, we have started. Which means game number 3 between C7, Tugi, and C10, Meme. This is a clash of continents. Europe versus USA.
Although I do appreciate that Tugi is wearing a shirt from USA's hero of a behind-the-scenes person and also the inventor of the Goofy Foot controller, Steve DeLuca from the Tetris World Order. Meme in a high dig early. This is actually pretty uncomfortable. She needs a good piece to get out of this. Oh no, and blocks the well right as the long bar comes. Gonna need another one to escape this. Oh no, and square bursted. And another square. She needs a long bar now or she's gonna be dead, and gets it!
She gets the dirty Tetris from Meme, staying in! And yeah, slow enough.
That was the verge of death for Meme if she did not get that Tetris. So many unhelpful squares.
Yeah, but she managed to survive and still in this. Tugi, of course, has a small lead, but we're like 20 lines in, so there's over 200 lines left to go. What's showing now is not what's gonna be the final result. And yeah, Kingsman is in the chat saying 2 for life. TWO for life. Ah, okay, I see. Yeah, also, as Rokichi is pointing out, yes, Meme and basically any Tetris player does need to have nerves of steel. If you can play this level, there can be nothing that disrupts you. If you're like off the game for half a second, you are out. 55k lead here for Tugi and like 40 lines in, so 2 Tetris and some change lead to Tugi.
Meme is doing her best here to maintain the stack. Gonna have to commit to some burns, nothing too serious. Just trying to clear this up in 2 burns or less. Gonna have to commit to 4 burns now. Gets a dirty triple. And Tugi has taken the opportunity to build up a 2 Tetris lead. We'll see when the long bar comes. There's a Tetris for both of these players. Still early on in the game. Just crossed the 50 line mark for both players. And Tugi's got the better pace here. They're just on the same amount of lines. But actually now Tugi's going to have to do a bit of burning.
He didn't get that good pieces. Like the S piece, for example, he wants a bar, does get the bar one piece to date. But still, there's many different ways to clean this up. So
and Tugi's shaking his head. Yeah. He had to put a lot more weight on his hole in the stack, which means, as Heather Ito would say, a hole in the stack will set you back. And especially if you have to put more lines on top of it, it's just, that's how many lines you're going to have to burn without being able to clear it out.
Yeah, exactly. It's quite a tough position, but looks like Tugi is just doing his best. He is still ahead by a bit.
Uncomfortable center formation. He is working his way around this.
Yeah, I mean, he's from like the Alps, like Austria's in the Alps, as you know, mountains. So that's kind of what he's used to. Not with what you want in Tetris. And yet Meme was able to have the lead here. But purely in terms of pace, if Tugi can get this bar, yeah, he has played less lines than Meme. So he's actually still in a reasonable position. He has neck and neck. 4 lines difference. Tugi half a Tetris behind. So pace is like half a Tetris theoretical pace lead from Tugi. Tetris to Tugi. 345, 360. So despite the 20 piece burn here for Tugi, 29 burn for Tugi, felt like that, he's still in a good position. Burning a single for the Tetris. Meme had a small hole in the stack. Cleaning it up now. Early shift of that T piece. Or was that an adjustment? Not fully sure. Could have been an adjustment for the dead burn as well.
Meme just committing to the burn. Did not want to go for a dangerous tuck, even though the long bar was coming next. Probably wasn't enough time to commit to the adjustment. Tugi, meanwhile, gets the clean setup and takes the lead with that Tetris. He's looking over to see how the pace is going, and Meme looks right back.
Yeah, kind of staring with each other, like looking at the other person to be like, and this is how much time I can spend not playing the game. I can actually see what you're doing, which is a bit of a mental pressure on the opponent.
Yes. Oh no, and Meme goes for an aggressive left square placement that does not work out. So she needs to clean this up and get down with the Tetris. She does keep having to block the well. Fortunately, she's burned down enough that she was able to get something over that square hang.
With a small 19-piece drought, but the bar came at the perfect time for Meme. Next set was to Meme. Meme now ahead in level 19, who has played 11 lines more than Tugi has. 500k transition here to Meme, 548 to be exact. And Tugi is only like a Tetris behind, but his board is not that kind to him for now.
And the transition is coming up, so Tugi needs to open this up quickly here. And it's going to be tough. He's going to have to go in. Okay, he gets it down just in time for the transition, opens up that center.
Yeah, and the bar came soon. We saw that on Meme's side earlier. So decent position here for Tugi is about 1.5 Tetrises behind in terms of points, and 6 lines behind in terms of level lines played. Meme burned a few lines here. Both players were Tetris. We have 532, 568. So only like half a Tetris difference here. Tugi having the cleaner stack now. And of course, Tetrises are worth more on the higher levels. The amount of points you get is multiplied by the level that you are on. So now like 10% more points than on level 18.
Tugi trying to navigate this. So is Meme. This is as close as it gets. Meme, again, with the uncomfortable square on the left, is able to dig this out and get back to a clean stack. Tugi, and
he gets the bar! Perfect bar for Tugi, and he gets the spin!
That was an insane gamble by Tugi in the split second of the moment, and it paid off.
Yeah.
He needed a bar right away or he was dead, and he played it as well as he could to keep the well open. He didn't take burns and block the opening.
Yeah, and he's still ahead. 680, 653, less than Tetris difference. Next Tetris to Meme now. Meme ahead. Yeah, there's a good reason as to why Tugi is, or at least was called, the Death Hole.
But man, this has been an incredible Game 3 so far. Already, both players pulling off miraculous escapes at multiple places. Remember, Meme almost topped out at the very beginning of the game. And now this is what the game has turned into. These players are on borderline max out pace.
Yeah. Tugi needs to burn a few more lines. We can see he's less than the Tetris behind in terms of points. and has played about a Tetris less in terms of lines. So if you can get like 1 or 2 good long bars, but the bars, the timing's not so nice. The S and Z piece is also not so nice. So yeah, tough CT at certain points for these players. We are on level 25, 26, and Tugi is barely ahead of Meme here. Both wells are closed. Meme now open.
Only a 500-point difference. Oh, and Meme gets the Tetris there. This is it. This is the end.
Yeah, but Meme has to clean this up. It's going to be a few burns, but this could be enough for Tugi, depending on longbar timings, to get a nice lead onto Meme. But the bar is arrives now for Tugi. Nice. Tugi barely has played 4 lines less. This is neck and neck, the definition of neck and neck.
Oh my goodness, is Tugi going to go for a dirty Tetris here?
Yes.
He just might.
Ah, but he doesn't get the pieces, so he's now...
And Meme is getting crowded!
He's actually going for it!
And
Meme comes out!
Tugi's going to get it. And Tugi will survive,
Boom.
yes.
Oh, that was so close. Up until Meme's top out. It was anyone's game. Meme flew a bit too close to the sun. And it's now 2-1 for Tugi. Next up, match point for our Austrian player. But keep in mind, even if Meme loses the next game, she's still in the tournament. We have a double elimination, so she's guaranteed, no matter what happens, to continue playing in the tournament. So if you're a Meme fan, keep that always in mind. And yeah, we have a few Go Memes in the chat. So people are chanting for Meme here.
These 3 games between Tugi and Meme have been about as close as you can get. They've all been deep into transition near the end of the game and coming down to just tiny fractions of Tetrises and everything else. Crazy digs all over the place. Exactly what you want to see from top Tetris players. And we're getting started in game 4 here. And what I love about this event is that there's so many little extra things you get to experience if you come in person, one of which was the crossword that was given out at the front desk. It was all different clues for different Tetris players and different Tetris items. And one of the clues was just 2 words. He sucks.
Yes. He does so. He does suck. Have you watched the full CTWC DES 2022? Because when Tugi played, we had like huge chance of like, let's go Tugi. Tugi sucks.
Oh, I experienced it myself when he was at CTWC in 2022. Point. They were doing it when he was up against Ella, and that was when Ella was rolling, and he did a reverse sweep with Das. Got a max out in game 4. It was the Das player performance of the tournament.
He's just showing us what a DES player can do over and over again. Okay, open again. Getting the next bar into Tetris. It's a bit of a lead here for Meme. 1.5 Tetrises early on. But Meme had 2 overhangs and filled both of them in perfectly. Well done. Actually, I wonder how many of these chants we're gonna hear for the weekend. We have many more matches with Tugi, most likely. So there's a lot of opportunity for these chants. Next Tetris goes to Tugi, 125 against 140. Here, only like 30 lines deep into level 18, so we're just at the beginning. Do you have a favorite chant that we did here in Europe?
A favorite chant?
Or you're just gonna bring an American one over when Scooty, for example, plays?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm trying to remember what the other European chants are. I know Forrest was always at CTWC. He'd try to get a best of 7 going because we'd only do best of 5 in the finals. And Chris Tang responded, can't change rule sets, maybe next year.
Also a good one.
What's your favorite chant that you do over here in Germany? Or Europe in general?
In general, at least here in CTWC DES, what we do is in the later phases, what we did in the past few years, is when, for example, Adam plays, it's like, Napschub Adam, Napschub, something like that, which is like, let's go Adam, let's go in Polish. And we do the same in like many languages. So, for example, when Robin played in the finals, we were like, I believe it was like, hop, Robin, hop, which is like the same in Dutch. And that's what I just love here, because we have these different languages. you don't speak any of them, but you do them together and you're like, okay, now we are one community and we're just chanting for our favorite player in the native language. That's like my favorite kind of chant. It's not a specific one, but like a genre, you could say. Okay, we're now halfway done of 18 in game 4. And it's neck and neck, 317, 315.
All right, so when Yobi's playing, we got to chant in JavaScript, since that's what Nestor's Champs was written in.
So I didn't quite catch what you said about that.
Oh.
Like, the
Yobi's native language, he writes in JavaScript.
Oh, that's what you mean. Took me a second to understand that.
Yeah.
Good point, good point. I mean, in JavaScript, you can't do, like, play this audio track. So his favorite, like, audio track is then what his chant is.
Nice.
Okay, so 349, 366, Meme a bit ahead in points, but having to do a few burns here. Left side has 2 holes, right side has 2 holes. Oh no!
Meme in a bit of a situation. Oh!
Yeah, the drought, 30 pieces.
Those were perfect L pieces to survive this. Just needs one more good piece for the right, and she is out of this.
She had L pieces or long bar.
That was not perfect pieces. She is in trouble. Gets the crucial line piece to survive this, and a crucial L piece for the left. Pole vaults it over.
A bit of trolling here that Tetris is doing, giving her like perfect pieces, and then some of the worst that she can get. But she's bringing out the nice deed of the bar. Barely got it over. Perfect quick tapping here.
And Meme gets out of it again. This game, this match has featured such craziness all around.
Yep, and this is why we're in the only top 16, by the way.
Only top 16, yeah. Tugi going for a dirty centerwell Tetris, trying to keep pace with Meme here. And
he's ahead by 1.5 Tetrises, so Meme is currently trying to get ahead. Oh, but Tugi closes the well. There's a drought incoming. We see on Meme's side 27, 29, 30 pieces. Okay, small burn here for Tugi. Tugi does see the bar here. Needs something for the left side. He does see the bar over. He hangs the bar. Tops out, and Meme is a bit of a chase down. Only half a Tetris to go. And now level 19 for Meme. Tugi tops out just before the transition, and Meme, yeah, just needs to chase in a few thousand points. Yeah, we can see Tugi's like, this is not how I wanted to go.
Tugi was slapping his head there because he knows that he could have had burn options. There were many times to burn that down, but he was trying to maintain the pace. And that's just what happens sometimes with DAS. You get these, you have less margin for error.
Yeah, that's what I always say. If you're loading this on 18, there's nothing you need to worry about most of the time. You can just get out of everything. DAS is one mistake and you're out. That's like one of the main differences between DAS and the other playstyles.
And it wasn't even a mistake by Tugi. It was just a strategic choice because he could have gotten a long bar and that would have looked like the correct choice there. It's just that he didn't, and so it was a gamble in the wrong direction.
But in comparison to loading, in loading you can stack in like neat ways when you're this high as Tugi was, but with DAS you're struggling to get the pieces to the sides, and then it just happens that you top out. But that means you have my favorite moment of any Tetris tournament. It's a decider. Yeah. And you can see in the chat here, like many people posting the deciders and desserts.
Yeah, we talked over in the United States at the Jonas Cup with these deciders that since Jonas's favorite drink of choice was whiskey, maybe you got to fill up the Jonas Cup with whiskey when you win or during a decider. Although I don't think our winner is Fractal 21. Yeah, I think he is. But
here in Germany, you can drink like stronger alcohol when you're 18.
Ah, okay.
Like beer is like 16 and stronger alcohol is 18.
So what is Germany putting in its decider cup?
So here's the thing: we don't have like the Jonas Cup trophy was like a genuine cup. At CTWC DAS, they are amazing custom trophies. You will see them later on Saturday, but we can't really put anything in them, sadly.
Ah, they're not literal cups. Well, I'll still say I was incredibly impressed with the fact that the top 16 get trophies at this tournament. I've never seen a Tetris tournament hand out so many trophies for the players, so it's great. You know, even I think almost all of the players we're seeing left playing will walk away with some kind of prize.
Here in CT1, yes, because we're in the top 16. And of course, thanks Surf, who supported CTWC DAS in the crowdfunding stream. We got like 1,000 there from Scott as well. And that has allowed us to produce this many trophies. Of course, they're different sizes. We have like the huge ones for the top 3, then smaller ones for the top 8, like medium ones, and then the small ones we had for top 8 last year and now for top 16.
We just saw an early DAS load from Meme. That kind of shows, if you don't know what DAS is at home or you haven't played it before, it's all about getting in a perfect rhythm with the game in order to keep that DAS momentum going, which means at the moment you place down your piece, just a little bit after in that tiny window frame that the next piece is going to enter the board, you want to start moving your next piece to where it's supposed to go. So sometimes the players mess up that timing and they do it a little bit early, and so it causes them to misdrop their piece to the last second.
Yeah, so in case you don't know what DAS is, the easiest way to explain it, like when you have a keyboard, you press like the A button, it presses, there's a short delay, and then the next presses enter. It's the same here in the S-Tetris with DAS, and DAS is like a way to circumvent that initial delay, basically.
Yes. It's designed with beginners in mind that they don't overshift by accident, but when you get to expert level, it becomes a hindrance that you have to tame and master.
I would must say it's a challenge that makes Tetris so fun.
That is a good way of putting it as well. Tugi, meanwhile, he's very glad he got a long bar there. He had a really bad board state a little while ago and just managed to escape with a Tetris. It's crazy how many near-death situations there have been in just this 5-game set. And players have gotten almost out of almost all of them. It's really just Tugi that died early last game. That's the only time we haven't seen one of these players pull off a miraculous escape.
Unless you're like close to the end, like level 27, 28.
Yes.
Which kind of doesn't count.
Yeah. It's, I mean, at that point, you're supposed to be playing super aggressive because you don't have many lines left anyways.
Exactly. And we are neck and neck. 242, 243. At basically the same lines. Next set is for Tugi, next set is for Meme.
And they are only separated by 1 single's worth of points.
And lines, so...
Yeah,
they... one burn more, and that's it. Next set is to Meme, next set is to Tugi.
Well, let's see if Meme will burn a single and we'll get a literal tie.
I do hope so at this point.
That would be fun. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. Tugi going to be... Wow!
Oh, wow!
Tugi managed to not put any holes in his stack, and Meme does burn a single, and we are tied!
Woo!
It happened! I didn't think it was going to happen. All right, let's see how long we can keep this going. They are still tied. I love it. Okay, there's a single. All right, Tugi, it's your turn. Where's the single? There it is! We're tied! All right, and then we're still tied. 2 singles. All right, Tugi, it's your turn to take a double. Uh-oh, this doesn't look like a double setup. Just a single.
Just a single, okay.
Oh, there's the double. All right, where's the single for me? Oh, we're tied. All right, single for Tugi. Come on, let's go. Oh, it's a Tetris for Tugi. Another single for Meme. All right, we've diverged a little bit. That was a fun sequence.
It was, and we are getting close to level 19, as viewers are saying, oh my neck, exactly. This is neck and neck. Small drought now that we can see starting to build up. 16, 17 pieces. Okay, drought is already finished. Less than 20 lines left to go. About half a Tetris, 1.5 Tetrises lead to Tugi. To lead at the same lines even. Next Tetris to Meme. Tugi is getting like ready, but the long bar just doesn't fall down, so we have a bit of a drought here. Okay, and Tetris to Tugi. 4 lines for Tugi, 6 lines for Meme.
Tugi trying to navigate this transition as cleanly as possible.
Yeah, so is Meme, of course, but Tugi quite on the left side. He wants a bar to get low. He's not taking the triple, he's trying to transition it with the Tetris. Bar, no, he's taking the safety. He's taking the safety level, perfect. Next safety, yeah, next safety into Tetris. And well done here by Tugi. Meme a bit of a, okay, open once again. I want to say a bit of cleanup here, but she was already done. 5-14, 5-95, 495. It's neck and neck. Less than a Tetris difference between these two players. Next Tetris to Tugi.
Tugi and Meme, this is it. Game 5, past the transition. It is full throttle from here on out. Meme does not opt for the ultra-aggressive placement of the line piece in column 9. It's going to have to wait a little bit long for the Tetris blocks the well right as the long bar comes. And it's going to have to dig a little bit longer here, hoping to get the right pieces. Needs something for left, gets the perfect J piece over there. And Tugi, meanwhile, having to dig too, is open for the Tetris. Oh no, is going to need a line piece right now.
Yep, give him the bar.
There it is.
Tetris! Nice, Tugi.
His game is temporarily saved, but he's still in a dig. He needs something for the left, and a square's not going to be the right piece. Can he get this line piece over? Amazing quick tap. On the edge of death again. These players just are pulling out every magic trick in the book to keep this going.
And Meme still is catching up. Tugi has a 1.5 Tetris lead here still. It's getting clean once again, so there was a bit of opportunity for Meme to get closer, but it didn't fully work out. 6:43, 5:94. Meme open once again. Tugi open. Both players, no, only Tugi ready for the Tetris. Meme needs to clean a few lines here. Oh, Tetris for Tugi. Tugi putting it a bit further now.
Meme in trouble, actually. Is high up on the board, needs something. She gets something to burn down with. It looks like she will survive, but that was perilous yet again.
Perfect pieces here for Meme's survival. Amazingly well done by Meme at the game. Still in. Tetris for Meme into 6:38 against 6:80 for Tugi. Tugi having a small overhang here of that O piece. Does get the next L piece over, J piece over, perfect. It's set up for the next Tetris. So is Meme. We see the drought counter. Tetris for Meme, Tetris for Tugi. 7:46, 6:71, 2.5 Tetris lead for Tugi. Here on level 26, 25, end stage of game number 5 between Tugi and Meme. Whoever wins this stays in the upper bracket.
Yeah, we will see how Tugi plays this in the endgame. He does have a solid 2 Tetris lead, now up to 3 Tetrises, but he does not want to give Meme the opportunity to come back, and Meme's actually in trouble, having to burn. Tugi could put this away with another Tetris or 2.
Yeah. 3 Tetris lead, which is 12 lines. So, unless Meme gets under 3 Tetris, I believe this is it for Tugi, unless, of course, Meme can get like a level 29 transition. But 3 Tetris lead, catch Meme still in it. Unless Tugi gets one more.
Meme needs a bar right now, and she gets it.
Perfect.
And she is trying to go perfect. She gets another Tetris.
Next Tetris for Tugi. 2 Tetris lead. That's 8 lines. That's with the 29 increase, I believe it's actually a misflip of Tugi.
And that's probably going to be the game. Meme misses out on the final Tetris, and yeah, this is doomed for a DAS player. And Tugi is going to take the set in 5 games.
Huge GG's to Tugi. You can see the crowd chanting for him. You can see many of our players here. And what a match, what a game. Tugi is showing us what he can do here.
And for at least one match, Tugi is not a donut.
Exactly, for one match. And you can see Tugi wants the people to chant, Tugi sucks, we can hear it on our headphones. And I hope you at home, the viewers, can hear it as well. As Tugi has just finished his first match, getting a win against Meme.
That was phenomenal. That was exactly what I would have hoped for from players of that caliber. Both players performed phenomenally. Meme pushed Tugi to his limits in that match.
There's so much more to come. Only top 16. If this is what happened in top 16, imagine what will happen in the top 8 semi-finals and finals. There's pushing, pushing, pushing.
Yeah, I mean, I remember just... Of course, we all know the amazing Adam dig in the finals of the first year. And now we're seeing digs like that all the time in the tournament everywhere. It's incredible. Back
in 2022, we were like, this is so amazing. How will this ever be beaten? Then in 2023, we had Adam getting like a 3-0 in the beginning against Poland in the finals and a reverse sweep happening, which was also like, you didn't expect a reverse sweep in the finals, but it happened.
Yeah.
Then in 2024, we had like the 3 best of 5s between Joji and Robin. 15 games in total, 8-7. And this year, top 16, once again, reaching a new seeding in terms of skill. And I'm so happy that I can cast these amazing matches here together with you, Game Scout.
It's an honor to be here. I love this whole event, and I can't believe it's only halfway over. Oh my goodness. We still have a day and a half of Tetris action. And yeah, so what do we have next to look forward to?
We can...
I guess we're back.
See it on stream. Okay, no,
there we go, there we go. There's the schedule.
Perfect. So, on CT1 and CT2, CT3 and 4 are mostly over now. We're gonna do the lower top 24 next, which means Bergtroll versus Jan and Tim versus Porridge over on CT1. And here on CT2, we will have Gold versus Weisbrot and Jesper versus Giant. Then on CT3, Schnecke versus Marco, Gunther versus SV, and CT4 Alex versus Macy, and Meme, who we just saw play here, against Damon.
And these are the intense matches because people's tournament lives are on the line. You lose these matches and you are gone. But man, that top 8, it's exactly what you want to see. Holy moly. The top 8 we have going on. We're now seeing the lower bracket.
The lower bracket, exactly.
Yes.
Again, flat bracket, domination. We actually can't fit the whole bracket on one screen. Like, actually, if you go to like tab 1 over here, the highest one, we have... Oh no, sorry, my mistake. It was here. We have the full bracket here, and it's so massive.
Yeah.
123 matches in total. But yes, that's why we are focusing on just showing, for example, like the first part of the lower bracket or like first part of the upper bracket, for example, instead of showing everything. But yeah, here now in the top 8, we have Andy, Robin, Adam MTS, Joji, Tugi, and Fractal in the upper bracket, and lower bracket you can see the top 24, so it's the top 8 upper and the 16 are currently in the lower bracket, which is how we are now going from like top 16 back to top 24. It's like the top 16 upper and top 24 in general.
Yes, and we also did have a question in the chat about what hardware we're playing on, NES or Retron. We are playing on Retrons, I believe, as they were generously given by a sponsor.
Yes, by Hyperkin, and Retrons just make the organizer or like streaming live so much easier. When you use NES Gems, use the HDMI cable, you plug it into a capture card into the PC, you click once in NES Gems, and it's perfectly calibrated. Like you can see, all of these calibration setups, they look amazing, and like the 8 on stage took me less than 5 minutes to set up. And most of that was spent making sure I logged in as the correct player.
Yeah, I've been using a Retron for most of my Tetris playing career, so yeah, they work very well. They are very helpful.
They're amazing, especially for streaming. Yeah, so we're gonna have a short break before the next part, the lower top 24. Probably like 5 minutes again. We are supposed to start at 2:45 p.m. local time or 12:45 UTC.
And yeah, we can't wait to see you back. See you soon.
See you in a few minutes.
Hello and welcome to
Hey,
more Tetris action. My name is a Game Scout, and I am joined by the one and only president of the Classic Tetris World Championships, Vince Clemente.
Hi, everyone. And it's an honor to be here with you, Scout, the one and only Game Scout. So a couple of one and only people on the couch here. You brought a lot of people into the scenes with your videos over the years, and it's just, you showed what the real experience is of the events that we go to, things that aren't seen in match play. So you've gone above and beyond to show the experience that people get. So, this is a new experience for you being here in Germany or, even across the ocean. So how's that going for you?
It's been incredible. I mean, there's been so many players and people in the community that have done behind the scenes stuff that I have known online for so long and never met in person. One of the people I just met and got to interview today, Tegamek, did the Max Out list.
Right.
He's done the most recent version of Max Out list. It went through so much research, and it's been an invaluable resource for everybody because I know that was the original iconic achievement. Everybody wanted to be that player that got a Max Out.
Yeah, and that list was used in your videos, and
It's
looked
been a
at by men, everyone looks at that list. I want to be on that list.
Exactly.
And where's that list at now? Is it 700-800 people on it?
Yeah, it's getting up there. I think it's in the 700s now. But yeah, I think we're just about to get started with these matches here. And these are the intense ones. If you lose them, you're gone from the tournament.
Wow,
So-
yeah, we're in the bottom, the lower bracket. Yeah, so this is it, yeah.
And here we go. We got Gold and Weisbrot and Jesper and Giant.
Yeah, some of these people, I've been in the scene the whole time, right? And the names of them. And I feel like I've met them.
Yeah.
Even though I haven't. And then it's like, is this the first time we're meeting? Because I feel like I've known them for years, which is crazy,
Which, we'll see if Giant can get out of this dig here early. Looks like he can, but Giant actually was at CTWC 2018.
He was, yeah.
A lot of history for him. And as I just learned this weekend, he has been playing in NES Tetris tournaments as early as 2012 over here in Germany. They used to have a retro league. I think it happened every month or two for a while. And they played Game Boy, SNES, and NES Tetris in those tournaments.
Yeah. That's good to hear, and, if you're in this community before 2018 or starting 2018 into the CTWC scene and could say that you were there, you were there before it popped off.
Yeah, there's bragging rights for sure.
Yeah, it's it used to be, were you there at Ecstasy of Order days, 2010, 12, 13, and now it's I think that's one of those benchmark moments. Oh, look at Gold in a bit of trouble here.
And very nice L piece to get out of that. And it looks like he's going to get out of it. Yeah. It was crazy how many of those pivotal moments there have become now, because now there's such a huge generation of players that actually joined because of Scooty and his game crash.
Right,
and they consider players who joined before that to be the old ones now.
Right, the old guard, yeah.
The old guard, Tristop and Andy and Dog and everyone.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see a new wave now. So that's what we got to keep doing in order to keep this going. And even yesterday there was a young fan that came, 14 years old, and he took a 2-hour train ride alone to come here. 14 years old. I very impressed by him, and he participated, and he actually ended up being the bubble boy, which is
I believe, did you sponsor him?
I sponsored him. Yeah. He just came to watch, and I was like, you should play. And he said he had a 600K PB.
Oh yeah, at that point you got a ball, yeah.
And that's on PAL, I think. I don't think he understood there was a difference even. So he got to learn that
that's tough.
NTSC lesson yesterday. So.
He got the full Yanni experience.
Yeah. So.
But yeah, we were still in the early games here, so we were sort of letting these 18 games play out. But now we're starting to get into the settling of these matches. Currently, Giant has not quite a giant lead, but a moderately sized one.
Yeah.
Versus Jesper.
Again, not quite a jumbo shrimp,
Jesper, meanwhile, was fighting multiple longbar dependencies, got them all filled, but at the cost of having to do a bunch of burns now. Meanwhile, Weissbrot up at the top is maintaining a 63,000 point lead. Now, one thing, I don't know if you've experienced this on the other commentary booths, is the way, like, do you pronounce their names by the English convention or by the German convention?
I try to, throw the German in there, but I don't exactly know the rules. So so apologies in advance if I say your name wrong, or it could be a new nickname if you would like that. Either way.
Well, I guess the thing is, I've been told that both are correct, so I get sort of confused on which one to default to, because I think in German the J's are pronounced like Y's, and the W's are pronounced like V's. So Jesper became Jesper, and Weissbrot became Weissbrot. So either one is, I think, correct here.
Yeah. Come to watch Tetris, and you know what? We're going to teach you some stuff.
Yes.
About culture. So
yeah. And this is such a cultural melting pot at this event.
Oh, yeah. What are some of the things that you have found interesting about your trip so far?
Oh, my gosh. I am thinking about that question while I'm locked in on this Jesper dig. He is just about to get out of it. And where's the long bar? Oh, he has to take some more burns. And there we go. There is the Tetris for Jesper. He does make it out.
We're nice and, Tetris ready again. And, I'll let you get back to the answer to that question.
Oh, yeah. So immediate differences I've noticed as a first-time American in Europe, everything's a lot more tightly engineered here, it seems. Like, my hotel room was very efficient in terms of all the things with space, from, like, the toilet to the sink to the little tiny trash can to just the more compact cars here. Now everybody, rides around in bikes oftentimes.
Hummers and with McDonald's bags and stuff like that. Yeah.
I still need to try German McDonald's. British McDonald's was very different than American McDonald's. I don't know if you got the chance.
I haven't had it. There was, when I came to CTEC in 2014, I had a layover in Moscow.
Oh my gosh.
That was way too long. I had to sleep in the Moscow airport, and I slept at the Burger King there because I felt safe, and here we have transition on top. Gold with a 538, 20K behind.
And a transition for Giant at 528. He has a, now I think we can say, giant lead over Jesper.
Giant. The oldest known Tetris player, competitive Tetris player currently at this tournament, right? Since 2012.
Well, you were competing even earlier than that, right, Vince?
I did compete, yeah, sorry.
All right, you are the oldest. The king of the old guard.
Yeah, I'll take it.
But yeah, this would be an upset win for Giant here. I think Jesper, one of the top players in the tournament.
Yeah,
so
the fifth seed getting thrown down by Adam, right?
Yeah, which Adam underqualled, so it was just unfortunate bracket luck for somebody who had to face him, and it turned out to be Jesper. And now Giant looking to put the final nail in the coffin for Jesper's run, and Jesper trying to find some redemption here in the bottom half.
And Gold on top with some long bar dependencies and fills them out, so, RNG provides.
Jesper, oh my gosh, uncomfortable stack, but does get the Tetris. And Giant just playing super clean, super mean, a Tetris making machine.
Oh, Jesper, oh man, a double flip there, I think.
Yeah, it gets a nice skim there, but it's just going to set him further back as we get closer and closer to the end. Now, if Giant tops out right now, Jesper does have plenty of time to come back, so Giant does not want to fully turn off the gas here, but he is taking more safe moves.
He is, but he's not. He's doing what a Giant does,
Okay, yeah, he took a triple, but then he took a little bit of a more aggressive move. It paid off with the Tetris. And, yeah, he now has a 6 Tetris lead, now 7 Tetris lead. This is close to insurmountable if he can keep this up just a little bit longer.
Yeah, so you might, if you're playing, you might want to play a little safer here, which he's doing. Burn it down. It was getting a little tricky, but Jesper, on the other hand, has to, put the, pedal to the metal, as you see, stacking up very high, right? So
yeah, and meanwhile at the top, it's the complete opposite. We're neck and neck here, just 10,000 points apart. Both players fighting to be on top when the end comes with the aggression. Oh, and Giant tops out the moment I look away, and so now Jesper is in a situation where he actually has enough time to come back.
Plenty of time, yeah. Could even take a lot of lines here, but set up for the Tetris. This will make it really easy. Or not easy.
It's not infinite time. He does have to get 3 Tetrises, but He has time to do it, and he is getting droughted. This is exactly what you don't want to see in a crucial dig. He's burning up a lot of his available lines here. Oh, no. And so now Jesper in a situation, he still has enough time to get these 3 Tetrises, but oh dear. Okay, he finally gets one of them.
Okay, there's one. Okay, yeah.
But yeah, this is
2 more, 15 lines to go. That's
okay. Now there's one. Now he's back into safety zone. He has one line, one level to get this one Tetris. Usually you can get that.
a good 9 burns. Okay.
Okay, taking the burns. His board was uncomfortable. Just needs a piece for the left. Where is it? He's got 4 burns
J
left.
or long bar gets the J.
Okay. Does he set it up? Oh, he didn't go aggressive.
Interesting.
All right,
okay.
4 burns left. Or 3, 2, 1. Oh, he only has 1 burn left.
Okay, he sets it up.
And there it is.
Go.
Wow. Such a big lead for Giant all game, but he topped out just a little bit too early. And that was close to insurmountable. Oh, and at the top, we reach the kill screen, and Gold gets a max out.
Max out for Gold. All right.
Oh, my gosh. Feel bad we missed that one. But, wow, what games here in the bottom half of the bracket.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not playing anymore, you know, because getting a 750 in comp is a challenge for me. So
it's not easy for sure.
Just a handful of those probably for me over the years here. But yeah, these are incredible matches, and this is losers done.
Yeah, that's true.
And,
oh my goodness! All right, so these players taking a moment to cool off from that intense action, and we're getting ready for game 2 here.
Here we see this is I love this place. You know, it is an incredible place, and what you could see here on the stream and everything is just a portion of what's here. There's like a whole super mega computer room on the other end where you could just come and play for free. I didn't know that. I thought it was one of those like pay by the hour places, but you just come and play video games.
Wow.
And there's a whole downstairs I haven't gone to yet, which apparently has more stuff. So
yeah, it's incredible. I didn't even realize there was the bottom section until walking through today. I was like,
did you go down there?
Yeah. No, not yet. And I think we're getting a zoom in on something. I'm not sure what the cameraman is pointing us to.
Razer chairs. Yeah. We love them. They're very comfortable. I was sitting. Did you get to sit in one of those?
I did. Yes.
Yeah, you played and they're it's very adjustable. Every height for every little knickknack. Lock the chair back and forth action going on. The matches are ready. Okay.
All right, and here we go.
We're about to start.
We're going to get some matches in. Yeah. I guess we don't do the countdown here on CT2 because they can't hear us.
Yeah, if you're wondering at home, they cannot hear us. They don't even know we exist yet or what we're saying. So
now, I do love this setup that they have here with these separate rooms specifically for CT2 because I've been in that gauntlet at CTWC, and CT2 is the hardest commentary job because you're right next to the main stage. You got CT1 blasting in your ear over the intercom.
Yeah.
You have to keep your focus on CT2 and not get distracted by it.
Oh, yeah. It's that's a tough job, a tough role. It's just a difference in the way the tournaments are run, right? This is at an esports arena, which is, we're in a room that's like a regular like studio room. Like this is so comfortable.
Yeah.
It's like I'm just like at your house and we're talking about the game.
Right, so we get to put our complete focus on these matches here and not get distracted by CT1. And meanwhile, Jesper, really unhappy with an early misdrop, is going to be able to clear out of this, it looks like. But that was not a fun way to open the set. He's shaking his head, but he does get out of it. And with a Tetris, he'll be safe. But meanwhile, Giant working on that early lead.
Okay, and Giant gets a weird L there, so
yeah,
going to be burning a little bit, and this will give time Jesper to make the score right and equalize it. And on the top, Gold doing these digging things. He's like a gold digger, type thing. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't realize because I commentated Gold's last match, I could have made dig jokes the whole time.
That's true. That's true.
I don't know. It's probably too on the nose though. So yeah, we're on CT2. Did you commentate on CT1? The comparison between the rooms, like we have a couch in here and there. They're like these steel stools.
Yeah.
It is like. Well, I feel like we're at like an apartment or something.
Yes, it's very nice in here.
Wearing headphones.
I guess what this is normally this would all be used for like one broadcast. Like the other room is for the announcers, like the anchors, and this is like where you bring in the guests, where you want a posh setup for them while you interview them.
Oh.
So yeah.
And you know what? We are guests here in Cologne, Germany. So
Yeah. We'll have to get a couch for the international commentators next year.
yeah. The way they're treating us is just wonderful. Mark and the team here have done such an incredible job building this community the last 4 years. It's an honor for me to come. I'm glad I could make it this year. And, you know, with the Jonas Cup and us bringing out all the top American players, it's really, you know, a spectacle to see here. It's a World Championships of DATS. So
yeah, it's awesome to see the results of what you started 15 years ago.
yeah, thank you, Scout. I am humbled all the time when I think about like creating something for the world that makes it a happier place. You know, for the 5,000 some people that are players that have built friendships. Not a lot of people can say that they impacted a lot of the whole world in a way, like given something to them, like, watching it on YouTube or at home. So it's mind-blowing to me, that that's something like that is possible to do as a human being. But it's a great feeling to have, and that's why I love doing this stuff. Not just my friendships that I make, like you, David, but the friendships that I see and the smiles that people are having, and just the events that I'm not at, or chats that I'm not a part of, or whatever. Now it's just so many people in the scene from when it started to now. It's just crazy to even fathom. So but to guys like you who make it even better. So it's not a one-man job, so it's not just me. So.
Yeah, that's what I've seen all this weekend. Yeah. So many people put this work into this event, and right now we are seeing the results of that with all these players. No early top outs here. These are players who earned this spot. Oh no, and Gold misses the line spin there. It's going to cost him a few lines, but he'll be okay.
That's what you get for trying to be a little fancy, But it seemed kind of necessary in that moment.
Yeah, that was a productive line spin.
Yeah, not just showmanship or whatever. Style points.
Giant and Jesper down at the bottom, nearly tied. This is a reversal of last game where the top match was tied the whole time, and the bottom match was a huge lead for Giant. Now, bottom match is tied, and the top match, Weisbrot, or however you want to pronounce it, is in a massive lead. Weisbrot. Yes.
That's it's tough. Have you? Do you drink coffee, Scout?
I do, yeah.
Have you ordered a coffee here in Cologne from any of these places?
I've just used the hotel coffee up to this point, but I've seen fancy machines. Yes.
Oh, the machines are fancy, but they're all smaller cups. Like in America, we get the big giant ones, right? And like here, it's like here's a little baby cup, right? In our point of view, but
yeah.
I don't even know what to say. It's like called something different, like filtered coffee or brew or day brew or something. I don't know.
Yeah, and Gold got a square at the worst possible time.
Oh, Gold.
Yeah, it's like when you have that fully jagged board, you're like, please, no square. And then it comes, you're like, of course.
Okay, where do I put this? And is there any possibility of tucking something, right?
Yeah. And Gold is just going to have to commit to a ton of burns here. Very uncomfortable holes in his stack. Yeah, it's just holes all the way down.
But they're in the same column, which is, a plus in a way. So, like, look at this. We could do a nice possible well transfer.
Yep.
Even though it's going to take some burns to do, he's going for it. So.
And we have a transition at the bottom. Jesper looking over to see how close he is. And Giant transitions, they're both in the low 500,000. So solid games all around. And we've transitions at the top. Weisbrot maintaining that over 100,000 point lead.
Like right in 2010, this is right now where people would just top out, and then that would be the score.
Yeah.
So this is like we're gonna get the skill screen now. So.
It was back when people were still learning competitive strategy. I remember, I think Ben was one of the only people that correctly played the line-out game in 2010.
Yeah, just incredibly boring, but yeah.
And this is far from boring. We have incredible digs all over the place. Gold digging out, Giant digging out, and clutch Tetris's for Weisbrot and Jesper.
Yeah. But yeah, gold down, what, 7 Tetrises almost? This is... Whispert's got some wiggle room here to just kind of play nice and chill. We're on the bottom. You have to, go toe-to-toe with your opponent, right? So...
Absolutely. But as we saw last game, Giant had a 7 Tetris lead, and Jesper came all the way back to win it. So you can't fully disengage. You have to still score. And Gold is doing the best he can. Is he going, no, this is not a dirty Tetris on the left. So he's actually in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, Gold is running out of time, but it's 5.5 Tetrises now.
Oh, no. And that looks like a potential game ender of a misdrop for Weisbrot.
Going to need the L.
Oh, the L. He gets it over.
Oh, now he needs another one.
And that's going to be it. So now it's up to the test. Can Gold dig out of this and come all the way back? He does have enough time. He just needs 5 Tetrises, probably 4 by the time he's done burning. And meanwhile, at the bottom, Jesper is down. Giant has the opportunity to take a game and even up this set, but is in a bit of trouble now, having to dig while Jesper has a clean board.
And Giant with a small lead, yeah. And you can see on the top there when Weisbrot topped out, Gold was almost set up for a dirty center well. And when Weisbrot topped out, he smartly didn't continue to go for that and was like, okay, I'm going to burn it down and get straight again and just recalibrate. And then,
oh no! Where's the line? It is not coming over! And he gets it, but it's too late. He doesn't have enough room to burn anything, and that's going to be it.
Weisbrot ties up the match on top.
And down at the bottom, we got a war of attrition here. Giant's been fighting through some garbage for quite some time, trying to get his board clean, and Jesper is getting into the driver's seat, has a comfortable lead going into these final 2 levels. Giant is going to have to go aggressive here. We'll see what he does. Does he try and build a dirty Tetris? It looks like he knows.
He has to, yeah.
He knows. Oh, maybe he doesn't.
Okay. Maybe he's like, okay, I'll just... Oh, no.
And he's clean.
Bad. I mean, this is not where you want to have a 2 Tetris, be behind 2 Tetrises. Gets 1.
Tega did have to burn, although Giant might be encountering the same lead.
All right, Tega has 1 line left and nails it with a Tetris.
I believe that was the game winner for Jesper, but we'll see what Giant can do here.
He might have to set up. He's got 2 in the. He can make 2, but he needs 3, as you can see with our beautiful score counter. So
yeah, so he needs to set up for 2. Oh, and he doesn't have kill screen playability, so he just concedes the match. But wow. What a showing from Giant.
Yeah, I think, Giant, if he changed his gameplay there and set up for 2 just for the hope, and if he knew the score, or maybe he didn't know the score exactly because he can't hear us, but he needed to set up for 2 there without any kill screen playability. But that's a tough mindset to change. That's like playing for level 30 as a true DAS player, which I've never got to. I've gotten like 228 lines or something like that on accident. But you have to set up for that kind of stuff. So, but you don't know. You're in this competition, and you don't really know what you have to do. And nerves are a factor, right? For the non-noobs at the blah blah blah.
Yeah.
All right, so we just get to hang out until we see them play. So this is like, we're just like at home talking to the TV here. There's 3 cameras. Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1, bow. All right.
All right, players at the bottom are identical through 4 pieces, and they diverge on the 5th.
Jesper sets up the tuck, gets it. All the stacks look great, and you know what? It's funny, we're in a game 3, but both matches started at the same time, so they both ended at the same time. That shows you that all these players are very equally matched here in Cologne.
Absolutely. We almost got to see the simul. Oh, there it is. The simul Tetris graphic. Was just about to mention it. I remember the first time I saw that was CTWC 2019. Was that when you added in that feature for the side screens?
Yeah. It wasn't a part of the the program itself, but there was I think around 20 graphics I had on those side streams that somebody was controlling. Thomas Vaughn was controlling them. From a computer. There was one for a max out where 9s filled up the whole screen and stuff like that. Maybe I'll bring those back one day. They were a lot of fun. Or new ones nowadays. We have the flex cam and things like that. So
yeah.
Let's it's definitely, you know, with places like Experion here, you know, the future has been here. I've been to, you know, dozens of these retro esports centers, and this is by far like the nicest one I've been to. So, and it's free. I can't believe that. I guess it's owned by the equivalent of like a Best Buy out here, and you know, there's stuff for sale here, video games, etc. But yeah, I don't know how they make money. If you know, I guess they sell these things, but it's more of a way to showcase what they can do and stuff like that. And, you know, sponsor events like this. So.
So Gold trying to set up a dirty center while Tetris here, holding out, takes the skim, and is going to be in trouble quickly if they don't get the piece, but they do, and there's the dirty Tetris.
We set up another one here. Nope. See, I would have went for one there, but that's me at home, but not here in the tournament place. So
and Giant gets the same thing, another dirty center while Tetris to dig down. Tega misses a placement there or a weird tuck. He's shaking his head. I love how on the Discord servers there, I think for a time, I don't know if it exists anymore, there was a DAS players shaking their heads channel.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Because DAS players, for some reason, did that a lot.
Well, it's like, come on, I did it, you know, type thing, I think, is the meta there. But Giant here with 2 long bar dependencies. Okay.
Oh, my gosh, and what is this formation from Vice brought up at the top? He had a bunch of stuff that it looks like he'll be able to dig out of.
Yeah, it's a beautiful little space down there.
Oh, this could be a game ender. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, needs some.
Whoa, was that a quick tap?
I don't know.
And he needs perfect pieces to survive here. He's in big trouble.
Okay, nice T flat there. Just to the right. Okay, J's nice.
Squares, perfect. Oh, he didn't put it to the left, but he's surviving. Perfect.
Perfect. Okay.
L piece.
Yeah.
Okay. He's almost there.
Interesting. No.
Ooh.
No, we need the long bar. Of course, one piece is too late.
This is, wow.
Great command there to make way for the J.
And he is just stuck in this eternal dig up here. He keeps having to put weight on top of the holes as soon as he clears it. Oh, and that might be the game ender. I don't think there's a way out of that, and that's going to be it.
And gold takes it. Who's that character? I love gold. Is that from Austin Powers or something like that?
Oh, I'm trying to remember. Yeah.
Gold member, probably.
Gold member. Oh my goodness.
I haven't seen that in forever, but
yeah.
Yeah. We got tunes in our ears. Is that on the stream?
I don't know. Chat, can you let us know? Do you hear the sick music we got playing on your stream?
It's like very vibey.
Yeah. Okay, they can hear it.
Nice.
All right, so we got another tight game at the bottom. I haven't seen a lot of Giants play. I know he's been playing forever. I don't know how strong of a player he is, but this seems like a very strong performance from him.
Yeah, Giant usually attends the the Gamescom event, and you know, I've seen him at the previous events here, and yeah, he usually makes some noise. So
yeah,
I think he was top 4 maybe last year here. I'm not positive.
Yeah, or I don't know. I'd have to look at the brackets. Yeah, but yeah, both of the home country German players on screen are currently on the verge of elimination in this tournament. They are fighting for their chance to stay in the bracket.
Yeah.
So we'll
so if you're used to this on Classic Tetris 2, it used to be all upper bracket. Now we've switched to lower brackets. So this is players fighting for their tournament life. Because I think we're no longer on 3 and 4, CT 3 and 4, I believe.
Yeah.
But, yeah, Giant's been playing great. It's just Jesper's been playing slightly better.
Well, can Giant survive this? Ooh. I don't know if he can get something to the left, and that's going to be it.
Jesper moves on.
Oh, my goodness. And Giant, after a Giant run in the tournament, is done.
GG's, Giant. You know, the old, you wrap up the controller.
Yeah.
You know, But yeah, you know what? You love to see the smiles at the end,
Absolutely.
and the congratulatoriness of all players. We're all here to have fun. I mean, there's going to be one winner and lots of people that
You can see that. There's so much camaraderie. There's so much mutual respect. Lots of smiles all around, especially from Giants. Jolly smile. He's maybe not green, but he is a jolly giant.
Yeah, he's a jolly green, non-green giant. He might sell beans. We don't know.
I do like that there's baked beans at the hotel breakfast here.
Yeah, that's the whole English breakfast
Yeah.
European style thing. Have you had a blood sausage yet?
I've not had the blood sausage yet.
Yeah.
I heard that Fractal liked it, so I'll have to partake.
Yeah, it's fun. I got some mushrooms with my breakfast on the plate when I got the traditional English one in London. I was a little surprised by that. I was like, it's not something we normally do in America. But one of my favorite things here, and I forgot because I've been to Germany. This is my third time in Germany. Is the doner kebab or doner kebab. Did you have one of those yet?
I have not.
You got to get one of those. It's a lovely like Turkish treat. Kind of like a gyro sandwich, like the cut meat off the spit.
Oh, I didn't know the name for it, but I did have that last night.
Yeah, there you go. So you did have it, yeah.
Jacob, one of the organizers of the tournament,
Yeah.
very generously bought it for me and Yobi. So yeah, these organizers are so generous and top notch.
Yeah, we have Jacob and Jakob.
Jacob and Jakob. Oh, is that how you tell the difference? Yeah, because I didn't realize there were two Jacobs over here.
Yeah.
We're seeing the now spreadsheet adjust Nestra's champs to, I guess, what was scheduled for this time, but is now not with the names. I don't know.
Okay, well, so we have gold on the left with 2 hearts and Weissrot on the right with 1 heart. So 2-1. Ignore the names. Gold is not a loser, and Weissrot is not a winner. So I had a great time with Gold and Weissrot yesterday. It's really wonderful to just be able to be here and, for me, hang out and not do anything besides, commentating with you, obviously. But Mark's doing an incredible job of, building this community and, everyone involved. So we can just come and enjoy. So I haven't been to a Tetris tournament in a long time that I could just sit back and have fun, right?
Yeah.
So it's,
And Weissrot trying to go aggressive here. Does get the Tetris. And this is a tight one. Just 2.5 Tetrises apart now after Gold's Tetris. But Gold is probably going to have to do some burning here with the, line piece dependency just burns it away with a triple. So
yeah, Weissrot needs this game to stay in the tournament. And I think the top 16 get a prize, and I believe the winner of this match is guaranteed in the top 16.
yeah, you
trophy.
get the little tiny top 16 trophy.
Yeah. So
Now, I will say that
Yes.
if you come to CTWC,
Yeah.
every single participant does get at least a gold, silver, or bronze cartridge.
right.
And what was the year you started doing that?
The first year the top 8 got all signed a poster that we were the event posters, and each person got to take one of those home. So that was a gift the first year. The second year there wasn't really gifts, I believe. I remember, and then I've given out gifts randomly some years when budget could afford them. So the last, and then I think 3 or 4 of the years in between there, everyone got a prize, and it's like, I just feel like you go somewhere, you should take something home that's unique to that place. And I come from the collecting scene, so it was originally my way of making something that had value, that players weren't winning a lot of money, so that they could sell if they needed to make some money to offset costs for flights and hotel and things like that. So that was the original idea of that, and to have some, or you could just keep it and cherish it, which people seem to cherish it. So now we all give cartridges to everyone: gold, silver, bronze, all hand numbered, hand cut. I can cut those labels or the corners at least. So I've touched every single one of those. So and then Ben Mullen applied them all this year. So
Touched by Vincent Ben.
yeah. So
A personal touch.
yeah.
And here we go. We are at transition. 469 for Weissbrot, and 546 for Gold.
This is it.
Oh, and Gold had to waste 2 long bars there. Didn't get the Tetris, but got a 3rd long bar, fortunately. And yeah, so we will see how both these players approach this. It's not really at a stage where one of them can play safe. Like, Gold doesn't really have the opportunity to play safe, and Weissbrot doesn't want to go too aggressive here.
Yeah.
It's within striking distance if one of them tops out.
Gold stack there was getting a little out of hand for like safety reasons for a while there, but now it's back to a good state, I feel like. And yeah, Weissbrot just gotta sneak some Tetrises in here, but sets up that long bar dependency. It comes, but oh man.
Oh, this is ugly. He can't get anything to left. He lost Das, and that's gonna be it. Oh my goodness.
That's Gold moving on. You see the joy. It's like, I don't have to play anymore. Like,
and that is the brutal nature of Das there. You looked at that situation. There were pieces that he could have gotten to the left, but he lost his Das, and he couldn't get any of them over.
Yeah, I think it was like just the shock of covering the hole and then immediately getting the long bar you needed. And it's just like, your mind has to be like, thinking curse words and things like that. But
well, look, he was trying to do a dead drop in the center to charge his Das, but he just couldn't ever get the rhythm right. Because you never want to, like, if you had tried to put it over with half charged Das and hung it, that would have been a game over.
Oh, yeah.
So you only want to place that long bar to the left when you're confident you have fully charged Das. And he just never had that confidence.
He never got it back, and then the piece he got after he had the charge was like awkward. So then lose it again, and then it's just a shame when it gets out of hand like that. And you want to see the players get as far as they can in the game and not top out like that on level 21, which is it's incredible what these players are doing. And these matches could be top 4 years ago, right? So it's just, hey guys.
hello. We're hanging out here on our comfy couch, our home watch party of these matches that you get to listen along with us.
We're at our Germany apartment that we own with all our riches.
Yeah, there's so much Tetris apparel. We got Tetris.
I got a little friend.
We got Tetris gummies.
Hungry.
Yeah, you want some? So we're in the homeland of these.
Yeah.
They sponsor CTWC, but they are a German company, Power Bears.
And they're delicious. This is my preferred gummy candy. And I don't know if you've seen, but you go to the stores here, there's tons of gummy stuff and chocolate. Oh, but cheers.
Cheers, yeah.
Boom, Tetris in our mouths. We're just hanging out here. Having a snack. But yeah, Scout, it's good to see you. I feel like I've seen you all around the United States and around the world. We've probably together been to like 10 states or something, I feel like.
Oh my gosh, it's a high count. Actually, in one of the Discord servers, they were trying to determine who had been to the most regionals. And I think Hydrant had been to like 23 or something. He thought he was number 1.
Yeah.
And then somebody tagged me, and I was like, I counted them, but I've been to one more than Hydrant.
Wow.
Which shocked me. But then I was like, it's not me. I think it's either Vince or Bidwell. So I don't know if you've ever done a full tally of every event you've been to, but you'll have a very high mark for anybody to beat on events you've been to.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea. Probably averaging the last couple of years like 7 or 8 a year, which I know you go to ones that I don't go to. But yeah, I don't know. I definitely have the lead, I would say. I would put a little money on that. But, there's ones I don't go to that I see a lot of players at, or ones, luckily we have, like here, Mark and the staff here do these things. In Germany, this is an incredible event. And then Mark helps out with the other events, and the staff here, when we were on CT3, it was like the Polish staff was, doing all the reffing for my games and things like that. So this is a nice place for all of the staffs in Europe to kind of collide together and, put on the CTWC. But yeah.
Yeah.
In America, we have a ton of people too now. The players are starting to do their own tournaments and stuff like that, and it's just wonderful to see as this grows. People, taking charge and doing their own thing.
I think the hardest part has been in the Tetris scene about visiting all these events is that they all end up being so great. It's like, oh man, Now I kind of want to go next year. And then the schedule just gets very full year in, year out. You have to sort of pick and choose, and it gets so tough. And it's like, oh man, this one or this one.
Can we travel every day, every weekend or whatever? And then it's just a lot of it, like I do, definitely usually the same couple every year. And the weekends are relying on when the expos decide to host their thing. So sometimes it's been 3 weekends in a row, and by the end, it's just exhaustion, you know. So, but I always love seeing you at events. You know, it's you take all the photos and you give them to the world as a gift, and it just, you know, takes us off. So
it's fun to see them get used everywhere. And this place in particular, it's been such a joy because we're compiling like new player info lists and photos and stuff, and I'm trying to prioritize photos that I know I have the rights to because I've taken them. And there's like dozens of players here I've never taken a photo of before. So it's a chance to finally get all of these Europeans on my photo album. So it's great.
I remember years ago I was like asking players for photos. And that's why we've started doing headshots at every event or goofy photos at every event. And it was just like, can I have a photo? And like, here's this crappy one from my old phone or something.
Yeah.
Like, can I have like not just your face and your, you know, like some of like, you know, an arm or I don't know.
No, I know you did so much in those CTWC posters, working with so many different weird lightings, weird everything. But yeah, I think now we've gotten the cue from our producers that the players and the audience, we can now take a little bit of a cozy break.
We have 2 couches. I guess we could just have a nap and wait. Someone wake us up when we have to talk again.
I think we have around 18 minutes left until our next matches. And do we have an opportunity to see what those next matches will be on the schedule? There we go.
Look at this.
Thank you, producers. All right, let's see. What do we got coming up? So on CT2, it is going to be Jan, 666 Tim, Gold, and Jesper, looks like.
All right.
A little bit. So we'll see you then.
Thank you guys. We'll see you soon.
See you soon.
All right. Mark gave me a thumbs up. I think that means he likes us. Thanks, Mark. Bye.
All right, and hello everyone. Welcome back to CTWC DAS 2025. Everything's getting well underway here on our second day, and we're going to be continuing with some lower bracket matches here on CT2. The top 16 will now be facing off. We'll have 4 more players coming up to the side stage to continue on their journey through the lower bracket. We will have Jan and Tim facing off, as well as Gold and Jesper, some very top players there who will be hoping to progress further on their journey to try and get back up to that upper bracket for the grand finals. Only one of them can do it, so we shall see. We'll be getting going in just about a minute or so. Players just getting their warm-ups done and getting up to the main stage. I'm Adam Irish, and I'll be bringing you all of the action for this match. So we will be going very shortly to that. But yeah, the players have, so far, a lot of them been doing multiple rounds of the loser's bracket, or the lower bracket here. Jan has just come from defeating Bergtroll. Meanwhile, Tim has defeated Porridge in the previous round. Gold defeating Weisbrot, and Jesper defeating Giant. So two further players will be knocked out of the tournament completely, and we'll be getting things going here in just a short moment as soon as we have all the players ready to go. But yeah, once again, it's been a fantastic year so far in CTWC DAS at the Experion in Cologne, Germany. We have the 4 players all here. They're just getting their warm-ups finished, getting everything sorted for their matches here. It's going to be very competitive. It's been so competitive this year. Probably the most stacked field that we've had, and it's almost fascinating that some of these players are already in the lower bracket, but that's just how competitive and how high level these matches are. But we will see who will progress. And again, since this is a double elimination bracket and this is the lower bracket, 2 of these players will be eliminated from the tournament in this top 16 stage. So we will see which ones will advance here very shortly. We are getting going here in just a few short seconds, as the players are now starting to get ready. Someone in chat saying, Adam Irish jump scare. Surely I'm not that scary now, but just waiting for the all clear here. There's Mark just waiting for confirmation here that we are good to go. Our players are raring to go here. But it's been such an entertaining tournament so far, having spectated and helped commentate throughout the event. It's been super cool. All right, it looks like we are getting ready to start here. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris! And the players are underway. As it has been for the past couple rounds, it's best of 5, so first to 3 will win and advance further into the lower top 12. But as always, it is always a shame to lose players, especially of this high caliber, as we're now getting to the stage where these are really top-level DAS. But I mean, everyone who's qualified is a top level, but there's the top of the top level as well, and we have some of the players, and there's some who have gotten so far in previous years, but lower bracket is never easy. I went down there fairly early in this tournament, and it's never easy because there's extra pressure, because if you lose another match, you are eliminated, but it's also great to have those second chances as well, and these players have so far taken those very well. Bit further information about our players. Up on the top row, we got Jan and Tim. Jan qualified in at seed number 35. Actually did a bit of a seed upset, defeating Bergtroll 3-0 in a sweep to advance here. Jan has been in the lower bracket for a little while. In fact, has been here since round 3, where he came in and defeated Yelena. Then in round 4, defeated Obelix, and again Bergtroll now, so has been really having a great run. Had a great run as well last year too, and is sort of coming leaps and bounds since then, is just improving so much. A lot of these players have come in and improved so much over the past year or so between this tournament. But Jan will be hoping to repeat history here once again and get another seed upset here against Tim, but Tim, one of our players who got a max out in qualifier, seed number 13, defeated Porridge 3-1 to get here. And has a PV of 1.173 million. In fact, just going back to Jan, Jan is the only player here out of the 4 who doesn't have at least a 1.1, which I guess just goes to show his consistency over the course of this event. And then moving down to the bottom row, we have Gold, PP of 1.24 million. Another player who qualified very well, got seed number 9 with 2 max outs. Has played 1 match so far in the lower bracket, defeated Weissbrot in the previous round 3-1. We'll be hoping now to do the same against Jesper here. And Jesper, of course, veteran of this competition, PB of 1.25 million points, had a fantastic run last year, but now finds himself in the lower bracket relatively early for his standards. Has been here since the top 24, defeated Giant 3-0 in the previous round, qualified seed number 5, so is the highest seeded player remaining who's currently in the lower bracket. We'll be hoping for some good matches against Gold, but we should be able to see some good matches between all 4 of these players. And currently it's fairly close, top and bottom. In fact, it's neck and neck at the moment between Gold and Jesper, exactly on 277,000 points. Jan is on 279, Tim 265. And we're now at that stage where these players shouldn't really have problems getting to level 19 and getting far into level 19 here. But we shall see here. Classic Tetris always has a way of springing up some surprises when you may not necessarily want them, but some of those surprises can be good and some can be not as good. But so far, these players all with relatively clean stacks, relatively good paces as well. Everyone in the 50s and 60s when it comes to their Tetris rates. Ooh, early shift there of that Z piece for Jan, but it's not going to be too detrimental to the stack. Will create some problems potentially later on, but nice with that J piece there for Jan. Will help clean that up very nicely. Just needs to try and get that well back open. We'll do so with that skim and a Tetris there for Jan. Tetris for Jesper as well on the bottom. And it looks like we got a raid from CT3, who's been doing a lot of the other lower bracket stuff as well over the past day or two. Thank you so much. Everyone who's tuned in there, hello. We are continuing the lower bracket action on here on Classic Tetris 2. And you've tuned in just in time, as we've only just begun with Jan and Tim, as well as Gold and Jesper in the top 16. And we got a $30 contribution to the matcherino from Abby. Thank you so much. That puts us up to $25.92 in terms of the overall prize pool. Thank you to everyone who has contributed so far. Your contributions go towards the players and help to make sure that the best players in this tournament can go home with some nice prize money as well, because 3 days of playing Tetris is a lot on the players, and they deserve to have some good prizes to go home with. And it looks like we're now starting to get into level 19 here. Tim with a 524, Gold 545, Jesper 483, Jan 540. So everyone now into the level 19 speeds. Speed has increased by about 50%, and as well as that, the amount of points that you get per Tetris has also increased. It's currently 24,000 points for a Tetris right now, but that will continue to increase by an extra 1,200 going into each new level. The speed will stay the same up until the level 29 kill screen, where it becomes pretty difficult to play. Oh, Gold with, didn't get that J piece all the way over and is going to top out at 557. So Jesper in a chase time will need 558. A Tetris and change should be able to do it. Gets the well back open. And Jesper now just waiting, takes a double, gets a Tetris. Now just 5,000 points away. A triple should be enough, or at least very close to enough. Yes, now will definitely be enough here, but I think Jesper just singling this out, not risking anything, just 80 points now, and that will do it. Jesper will take game number 1 here in this bottom match. And of course, we also have plenty of other action going on our upper bracket as well on Classic Tetris 1. You can watch that at the same time, but don't miss out on the action here. The lower bracket especially has been just as competitive and just as high quality as the upper bracket. Oh, Tim with a couple misdrops here does get the bar over for a Tetris, but that top of the board and the center is fairly compromised, but is still able to get pieces around. Jan on 688, Tim 666. 666 Tim on 666. How about that? Tim gets that bar over to the left. Nice skim with the T-piece. As we're ready and getting going with game number 2 on the bottom between Gold and Jesper. Jesper taking that first one. Jan with some nice burning here. Both players at similar stack height, but in terms of lines, Tim is just about ahead, but it is still very close between the two players. Jan on 701, Tim 679. And Tim doing a great job of surviving here. That's that burn with the long bar there. Nice volt of that J piece. But doesn't get that bar all the way over to the right-hand side. So Tim in trouble trying to burn how he can, but can't do it. Tops out 688. So Jan will take game number 1 here on the top. And a bright start for our seed number 35. So they'll be getting going for game number 2 here shortly. Up on the top, Nemo down at the bottom. Game 2 well underway. And both players with relatively bright starts, although Gold now currently leading by just under a Tetris. And game 2 underway between Jan and Tim. While these players have shown that they don't really have too many issues with level 18, it is a very deceptive level. It isn't as fast, of course, as level 19, but if you're making mistakes up high, then it can be pretty difficult to sort of get out of those, especially if you early shift, for example, or lose your DAS charge. It can be just as easy to top out early. Nice double there for Tim. Does get a Tetris. But most of the stacks here looking pretty nice and clean. Nice simul Tetris there for Gold and Jesper. And again, another massive shout out to the Experion in Cologne, who have allowed us to be able to host this event here. It's a fantastic venue to not just, of course, watch Tetris, but other e-sport events as well, and also you can play games with your friends. It's completely free to enter the experiment. You don't need to book anything. You can just come and enjoy. We also have Of course, free spectator as well. So if you're in the area and want to come down and watch some Tetris, you can do so. There is no charge and no fee for spectating as well. So if you're in the area, come say hi and watch some good quality Tetris. And thank you again so much to the Experian. Fantastic venue and just amazing facilities, amazing staff as well. And good food as well, so I can't complain. 110 here for Jan, 169 for Tim. Down at the bottom, 269 for gold, 311 for Jesper. So some leads building here for the players on the right-hand side. Jan has a column 8 Tetris had it open, but ooh, early attempt at the tuck there of that T-piece. That will be a bit tricky, but should be fine getting this down. Good job so far. Just needs an L piece or something over. Nice double burn with that S piece. That's the good thing about having a double well like that. You can put pretty much any piece down there and it will be able to burn somewhat. So that's why you'll often see these players with sort of a left to right slope and especially a double well there, so they can put an L piece there, they can put a T piece, and they'll be able to sort of burn and use that so they're not as dependent on other pieces there. We're about 100 lines in down on the bottom between Gold and Jesper. It's still relatively close. Jesper getting a Tetris to go up to 417, Gold 357. Tetris for both players. And Tetris for Tim up top and for Jan. Yes, we're getting a Tetris as well. Gold responding right back. Still a gap at 57,000 points between those two players. That's about 2.5 Tetrises, as you can see on the screen there. But up top, strong lead here for Tim of 139,000 points. That is about 6 Tetrises, as they're about 90 lines in. So that means that Jan is going to need to try to make up those points, as that can be a pretty big lead to be behind on going into level 19. May mean that Jan either has to bank on Tim having some difficulties or has to play a bit more aggressively. But so far, both players with clean stacks, and level 19 now coming for Gold and Jesper. 502 for Gold, 579 for Jesper. Some solid scores there. Tetris for Jesper, Tetris for Gold. Nice Aki bar there for Gold. Pulls back the S piece and gets the bar over for a Tetris. Tetris for Jesper as well. I don't think either of these players will give an inch when it comes to their pace. Tetris for Jesper. Now trying to break away as Gold having to try and reorientate this board. He's going to go for a column 3 Tetris here. Takes the triple and just brings it back to the right well. Tetris for Jesper. 684 to 566. We're also coming up on level 19, transition on the top between Jan and Tim. Tim has brought down, or Tim has the lead by 5 Tetrises. Jan has brought it down by a Tetris. Jesper taking the double and another Tetris there to go up to 718. Jan 364 now into level 19. 502 here for Tim. Oh, but some more burns now. Is Tetris ready? Jesper building back up as well. And a skim and a Tetris there for Jesper. 754 into level 23. Gold on 639, still 115,000 points down. But as the Tetrises get worth more, or they're worth more as the farther as you go through the levels here, the amount of Tetrises that you might be behind with 100,000 score get less and less, to the point where it's about 3 Tetrises towards the end of level, or on level 28, for example. So it's not necessarily over if you're that far behind as you get into the later levels here, but Gold with a couple holes in the stack will still get a Tetris. 439 for Jan, 591 for Tim up top here as well. Tetris for Tim, now up to 619. And a lot of action going on over on CT1 as well, Classic Tetris, the main channel. If you want to tune into that and see what's going on there, you can do so at the same time as on Classic Tetris 2. You can simulcast and watch both at the same time and get an update on all the action there. No spoilers on here, of course, or at least we try not to. But some great action going on there. And Gold is going to top out at 751. So Jesper with 865 is going to take game number 2 here. And I think just wants to get this dirty center well Tetris before then. Does get it. And Jesper a 902. I think just going to try and mullen this out, get a max out here. So we'll focus on top. Jan 542, Tim 696, still maintaining a very strong lead over Jan. Level 24 Tetris is worth 30,000 points. Jan losing control of that left side, doesn't get the bar, and is going to top out at 544. So Tim is going to take game 2, and we are tied 1 apiece up top. And we'll be at match point on the bottom between Gold and Jesper. There's the max out for Jesper here. Will be now just taking this to 29, 1.049 million. Great game there. And a great mullen too to get that max. So it looks like we'll do a simul start here for the 4 players here for their next games. Game 3 on both of them. For 1 apiece between Tim and Jan. 2-0 to Jesper. So Gold needs to win to stay alive. Making sure all the players are ready to go here. With some great matches so far and some great high scores all around. These players super consistent. And 3-2-1 Tetris, here we go. 2 T pieces to start off on the top, a square and an S piece on the bottom. And some pretty similar starts here when it comes to Jesper and Gold. I think actually they're identical starts here and identical Tetrises. And now some deviation there with that different rotation of the T-piece from Jesper. Love to see synchronized Tetrises like that. So the player's getting my Tim with a hang there of that square piece, but with some good pieces should be able to resolve it pretty nicely. That's that J piece over to the right-hand side. This is the J tuck, though. I think it was going flat initially and then just rotated trying to tuck it in. That has caused a bit of a misdrop. Tim up a little bit high here, but is getting some good pieces. Nice split double there. Gets that bar over. Now could use a J piece or another long bar potentially, but this is a very high center of the board for Tim. Does get that J piece over. And this is some nice play here from Tim, but a couple more misdrops, and that's going to be a top out for Tim on 37K. Jan on 82 will take game 3. So we're at match point up on the top here. That's just unfortunate there for Tim. He was doing very good to get out, but just got the wrong pieces at the wrong time. No such issues on the bottom here. Gold on 105. Now Jesper with the Tetris going up to 110, so quite close between those 2 players. This will shortly get ready for game 4 between Jan and Tim here. Tetris here for Gold, 151. Jesper also waiting on a long bar for a Tetris here. Does get it. Tetris for Jesper. And Tetris for Gold. And 3-2-1 Tetris. We're underway for game number 4 between Jan and Tim here. Nice off-well Tetris there for Gold. Set up immediately for another one. Gets another Tetris. Now, you'll often see players stacking over to the right rather than to the left, as Gold is doing right now, and the reason for that is because the rotation on that and the way the pieces come down often, well, actually not often, always favors the right-hand side. So it is easier to get pieces over to the right, traditionally, than it would be to get them over to the left. So going for Tetris on the left is a bit more risky because you have to wait a little bit longer and have the pieces travel a little bit longer, which with Das, considering the speed is fairly fixed in that regard, if you get higher, it is much more favorable to have pieces that you can get over to the right than to the left because you might not be able to get them over with a higher stack. It is the inverse for Game Boy Tetris, where players will often stack on the left rather than with the right well. Down at the bottom, 342 here for Gold, 306 for Jesper. And Jesper will get a Tetris here. Double long bar dependency will plug one of them with an L piece. Now just waiting for something to run with. Gets a long bar. Does have that column A long bar dependency back open. Won't be able to get a Tetris with it, but a triple would be nice. Oh, but Tim with a couple of misdrops here in a bit of trouble. He had to put those Z pieces over. Can Tim get some good pieces to burn with? Tim in danger. Can't get anything over. He's going to top out at 90,000 points. So Jan will take game number 4 and our seed number 35 once again with a massive seed upset there, advancing to the top 12. And that is the 3rd time in a row that Jan has taken out someone in the top 20 seeds. What a great run from the player from Belgium. Meanwhile, still going on with Gold and Jesper. 468 for Gold, 416 for Jesper. So a fairly close match between these two, but this is an important match because Jesper's on match point. Gold needs to win to stay alive in the bracket because, again, this is double elimination. This is the lower bracket, so if you lose here, you are out of the tournament. There's no third chances. There's no third time lucky. Although that would be pretty interesting to see. I mean, closest thing to that would be like a Swiss kind of bracket, but even then. 487 here for Jesper as he goes into level 19. 521 here for Gold. Gold going for the delayed burn with the S piece, does get the piece there. Now just waiting patiently for the long bar. Does currently have the lead and is 7 lines back on Jesper as well, so doing a good job here. That means very strong pace here for Gold. Gets another Tetris. Players trading Tetrises back and forth here. $654 here for Gold, $580 for Jesper. And Gold right now absolutely playing like someone who has their tournament life on the line, doing very well here. Not being too aggressive, but just making sure to always maintain a state of Tetris readiness, which everyone wants to be in, of course, but simul Tetris for both players here. And as you can see on the top here, you can look at the current runway, and you can see their scores there, and that means that is the highest, the maximum score that they can get before level 29. Gold has the opportunity of a 1.17. Jesper can get a max out. But at the end of the day, the only score that will matter, not the runway score, it is that score you see on the top center. Your actual game score. That's all that counts when it comes to who ends up taking games here. 739 for Gold, 718 for Jesper, who's been able to take advantage of the fact that Gold has a small dig. And at this speed and at this level where Tetris is worth 31,200 points, even a small dig like that can be the difference if you're even 70, 80,000 points in the lead of just losing that advantage. Jesper now into level 26, 758. Gold is Tetris ready, now just waiting for that long bar to come down. Nice double there. Oh, missed drop there of that Z piece, but still kept that well open. Gets a Tetris, 815 for gold. And that has allowed Jesper to take the lead here. Gets another Tetris. Do keep in mind, though, 5 lines ahead, so in reality, it is still virtually neck and neck between these two players. As we can see now, just 6,000 points. Tetris for Jesper, and up to 898. Gold needs, could very much use an S piece, does get it, but now has a very tricky board. Going for the dirty center well Tetris here, but has to just quickly burn. 862 for gold, 902 for Jesper. Gold trying desperately to get back down to that center well, just try to get something out of this, but misdropping, and that's gonna be it for gold. Tops out 866. Jesper 947 will take game 3, and that's gonna be the set 3-0. Jesper will advance, but what a fight from username Gold. That was an incredible run and an incredible match overall. So nail-biting that one, but a great set of 2 matches from those 4 players. Incredible stuff. But it will be Jesper who advances to the top 12. So how about that? That was just incredible. Those 4 players, we were seeing max outs there. We were just seeing so much top level play and very close games. Very close games as well from those 4 players. But it will be John and Jesper who will be advancing to the top 12 here. We will still have 4 more players coming up here in just a few more minutes. We'll be having Marco and Sam, as well as Maisie and the sensational rookie who's been playing in, he told me, his first ever competition in Classic Tetris and has already taken out one of the Jonas Cup finalists in Meme. We'll be hoping to repeat it again in Damon. So we'll be seeing how those players get on in just a few short minutes. But yeah, it's been a fantastic CTWC DAS so far. And in just a few short minutes, we'll have more lower bracket action coming to you. So don't go away. We will be back in just a few minutes. All right, and hello everyone. Welcome back to CTWC DAS 2025. We'll be continuing on with the action here in the lower bracket top 16. We have 2 more matches to go in that bracket. We have Marco versus Sam Vaughn, as well as Maisie going up against one of the rookies of the year in Damon 9420, and it's going to be a 2 set of really good matches here with these 4 players. Again, this is lower bracket, so this is sort of their last chance. If they lose again, they are out of the tournament. So tournament lives are on the line here for these 4 players. And not only that, but whoever does advance gets to have 2 really top opponents, top DAS players in Pixel Andy and Adam MTS as their opponents. We'll be getting going here in just a very short minute or so. The players are right now just warming up and getting things going. As soon as we are ready to go, we'll pass over on to the players, and I'll be bringing you all the action for these matches here for their chance to get into the lower top 12 here and continue on their tournament journey. But these 4 incredible players so far, they've already shown that they have been able to cut their teeth in the lower brackets. They've done multiple matches between them. But so far, I mean, we've just seen from the matches about 30 minutes ago on the lower bracket with Jesper, Gold, Tim, and yeah, it's been intense matches so far. And we're hoping to continue that on, of course, in the remaining matches. Jan was the other player I was looking at who has already advanced to the top 12 here, along with Jesper. They'll be playing the losers of the next top 8 matches that are going on right now on the upper bracket. You can view those on Classic Tetris. They'll be beginning at the same time as these ones. But again, the winner of these matches will be facing off against Pixelandy and Adam MTS in the top 12. More specifically, winner of Marco and Sam faces off against Andy, and the winner of Maisie and Damon faces off against Adam. It is going to, we'll be getting going in just a few short minutes, but I'm super excited for this because there's so much in terms of storyline that's going on here with a lot of these players. I believe in the case of Sam and Maisie, both of them not traditionally DAS players. Sam, of course, a roller and got to the top 8 of the Classic Tetris World Championships in Pasadena just back in June. Meanwhile, Maisie, a fantastic hyper tapper, decided to come and play with DAS here, and so far has put together a fantastic run. And as well with the other players too, with Marco and Damon as well. They've been also putting together great runs, but it looks like the players are now getting going here for game number 1 here. I know we didn't get to do it, but 3, 2, 1 Tetris. Next to a few seconds, but we are underway here for this game number 1. And again, this is the lower bracket. This is a double elimination bracket, so whoever loses in these 2 matches on top and bottom will be out of the tournament. But just a little bit about their journeys so far. We'll start with the top row, and the top left player in Marco with a PB of 1.086 million points has participated in every CTWC DAS so far to date. And Marco maxed out last year during the qualifiers. It wasn't streamed or recorded. It was on the side in our main lobby. Still looking for another max out since, but so far doing well here to get to the top 16. Marco has been down in the lower bracket for the past 3 rounds now. Was put down there after losing 3-0 to 666 Tim. But since then has defeated Pyrek Schnecke as well, and now will be trying to defeat Sam Vaughn here. As a whole in column 4, which should, or column 2, row 4, but should be able to get that resolved. You know, his opponent over on the right-hand side, one of the most recognizable top players in the entire, not just DAS, in the classic Tetris scene in general. Sam Vaughn, the NTSC DAS PB of 1.181 million points, is traditionally a roller by trade, but is playing DAS, of course, as everyone else is, for this tournament. It is always nice to see the top players in other sort of playstyles in classic Tetris always go back to the classic DAS playstyle here. Sam has been in the lower bracket here since round 4 as well. Was put down after losing 3-1 to Adam MTS. Who, of course, was our champion for 2022. But since being put down into lower bracket, Sam has also gotten 2 wins, a 3-2 win decider against Duji, as well as winning against Gunter in the last round. And now is here in the top 16, looking to book that spot in the top 12 to face off against Pixelandi. And on the bottom here, 2 more top players. Maisie, another player who traditionally isn't a main DAS player, typically is a hyper tapper and a roller, but very good, and that has an NTSC DAS PB of 1,092,600 points. Maisie has said that this tournament is a great excuse for him to focus on the DAS playstyle. And not only is Maisie a top player, also a great commentator for Classic Tetris Wars. Has been doing that for the past good while, and I always try to play in Maisie's events whenever I can because they're often European friendly. But in terms of how Maisie's done so far in the tournament, Maisie has been down in, like the other players, since round 4 of Losers Bracket. Was put down there in upper round 5 by Gold, who defeated him 3-1. Maisie has gotten through Eliwa and Alex to get to this point. And last but not least, Damon9420, who not only is a debut player who's playing in his first CTWC DAS event, this is his first Tetris competition, period. So he's kind of doing a sort of almost Matt Martin-esque back in 2019 run here. He's been doing sensationally so far. Qualified seed number 16. Has a PB of 1,116,440. But Damon's not a brand new player. Has been playing for 7 years up to this point. Got into the scene in 2016 through the virality of the CTWC finals of that year. Of course, through the Boom Tetris for Jeff meme that came through. Has been a max outer since 2022 and has only ever played with DAS, and decided now is finally the time to unleash his skills that he's built up over those 7 years onto the classic Tetris scene, and has been doing very well. Has been down since round number 4 in the lower bracket here. Defeated Iceblade in round 4. And Meme in the last round. And what was a shock to many people, but Damon's been playing fantastically the entire tournament. And oh, Marco is going to top out here at 454, so Sam is going to take game number 1 here on the top. Down at the bottom, we're also on level 19. 510 for Maisie, 570 for Damon. Damon leading by 60,000 points. And Maisie's going to top out at 511, so Damon is going to take game number 1 down to the bottom as well. But those are your 4 players. And it's Sam and Damon who both take their first games of this match. Also want to quickly shout out our prize pool over on Matcherino. If you use the command !Matcherino, you can contribute to our prize pool. We're currently sitting at over $2,500 contributed. Of course, you can contribute with a currency of your choice. And we're currently looking at a goal of 4,000. If we can get to 4,000, we'll be able to pay out the top 16. We already reached our goal for the top 8, but top 16 will be able to be paid if we get to 4,000. Thank you so much, Nuvanda, for the contribution there. Thank you so much. As we're underway now for game number 2 on the top and bottom here. And a simul Tetris there from Maisie and Damon. And there's a lot of action going on Classic Tetris, the main Classic Tetris 1 channel as well. Of course, I strongly encourage you to not only watch on here, but also watch on there at the same time. You can have 2 windows open, or you can, I believe you can also simulcast both streams as well, but upper bracket matches going on there as well. Some very exciting ones there too. I mean, all these matches are exciting, but and there we have Leo and Blue Scooty, as well as Tugi and Fractal going on there as well. I'm not going to spoil anything about what's going on in the matches, of course, but if you want to tune in and check those out, check out Classic Tetris 1 as well as staying on Classic Tetris 2 here for lower bracket action. Marco and Sam's board's getting a little bit up high here, but they're both dealing with it very well, making sure to keep burn opportunities open, as it's crucial, especially with DAS, to keep as many burn opportunities as you can, whether it's setting up a double well or just making sure that your board and your parity and your accommodation is also top-notch here. $149 here for Marco, $152 for Sam. And down on the bottom, Maisie, 150. Damon, 139. So quite close matches. Quite close games here so far. And I'm seeing in the chat, we got a lot of fans of Marco here. We got some Maisie fans. Someone also cheering on Sam. So everyone also getting some love there. Good. I love seeing the chat sharing their love for the players here. But as a commentator, it's not my job to have favorites or anything like that. I want all players to have great games. I mean, I say on my own streams, when I stream on Twitch for Tetris matches, I always say I want a dream game for me, a dream match for me is everything going to the best of the players' abilities and everyone being able to play as much Tetris as possible. And so far, we've seen a lot of that. Players have been doing excellently. I think this is, by quite a distance, in my opinion, not to discount any of the previous tournaments, but this has been the strongest lineup we have had, period, for a classic for a CTWC DAS since it's the inception of it. Even with the 64-player bracket now, all the players from top to bottom have been doing very well, and everyone's been just giving their all here, as this is the biggest NES Tetris DAS tournament anywhere. And again, thank you so much to Experion for hosting us for the past couple years. It's a fantastic venue here, not just in terms of CTWC DAS, but just in general. Being able to look at so many cool games, play so many cool games here at no cost, as well as being able to also look at some really cool tech as well in terms of the accessories and VR headsets and things like that. It's such an amazing place. They have a location as well in Berlin, so if you're in the Berlin or Cologne area, make sure to check them out. They're a great place, and they also host other really cool esport events too, for events like for games like League of Legends or Rocket League too. So Experion is an amazing place, and I'd love to see more sort of places like it around the world, because it's so unique, and it's a fantastic venue as well for CTWC DAS. The staff have been amazing. The production that we can do here is amazing. So thank you so much to Experion once again for being the great hosts of CTWC DAS in terms of the venue. Marco's on 308. Sam 419. Sam has a vertical Z piece there. We'll be trying to look for a good piece to tuck with. Could have tucked a J, but it's just going to opt to take a skim there instead. Board is still looking... It looks worse than it is. It only needs a few burns here for Sam to be able to get back to a clean board. And just like that, Sam is going to be clean with that adjustment of the T piece. And now Tetris ready. 356 here for Marco, 428 for Sam. Down to the bottom, 408 for Maisie, 479 for Damon. And again, I just have to talk about the incredible run so far that Damon's been able to put down as a brand new player to competitive Tetris. Again, has been playing the game for years, but up until now has never played competitively in anything, not even the online scenes. This is his first time experiencing the world of competitive Tetris. And the world of competitive Tetris, so much different compared to just playing Tetris casually. And I know that very well. But so far, Damon's just been putting together sensational win after win. Defeated Meme in the last round. As now our players are going into level 19 here. 439 Marco, 550 for Sam, 506 for Maisie, 556 for Damon here. Damon with a long bar dependency, gonna just take that double. Oh, but an early shift there of that L piece. Marco tops out at the top of 442. Sam, 555, will take game number 2. So Sam now at match point. Damon's in a bit of trouble. And doesn't get that rotation of the L piece done in time. So Damon topping it at 562. Maisie in a chase down needs 563. Maisie has got it, and Maisie will take game 2. So down on the bottom, we are tied 1 apiece between Maisie and Damon. And three's two saying, Damon with the Jonas strats of moving side to side in the chair. I mean, any little bit helps. When it comes to just sort of keeping concentration, I tend to do that from time to time as well. Just sort of going side to side in my chair, just sort of helping keep a rhythm. Everything is about rhythm with DAS. So anything that can help with that is going to be always a net positive for the players. We're going to be getting going here shortly for game number 3 on top and bottom. Just waiting on the all clear, making sure everyone is ready. Marco needs to win to stay alive in the match. In 3, 2, 1, Tetris, here we go. Square and a Z to start off on the top here. And pretty identical starts here for Maisie and Damon. They both get a simul Tetris, and they're stacking the exact same. And they still are. And now, finally, a slight deviation here for the players. Simul Tetris as well for Marco and Sam. And another Tetris there for Sam. We saw it in the last set of matches as well. I just love synchronized Tetris like that, where the pieces are the same, of course, with the same piece sets, as well as just the placements are the same. Damon already in a little bit of trouble, though. And, cuts off access to the well. Damon is really going to try to get pieces over there, but too many Z pieces, and Damon is going to early top at 25,000 points. So Maisie is going to take game number 3 here on 30,000 points. That's unlucky there for Damon. And now Maisie at match points. Sam had a little bit of difficulty there on the center right of his board, but does get it burnt back down. Very nice there from Sam. And yeah, it was just an unfortunate kind of drought there. 39 pieces for Damon, just a nightmare to deal with on an early on in your game. So Maisie now just needing one more game to take the win here. Again, the winner of this match has a pretty big one ahead of them. When I say a big one, I do really mean a big one. 3, 2, 1 Tetris there underway. The winner of this match between Maisie and Damon faces off against Adam MTS, our 2022 champion. Oh, and Sam's in trouble, and Sam's going to top out here at 131. Marco's on 134, so Marco will stay alive, taking game number 3. So 2 early top outs from the top and bottom games here. So Marco taking a game here. So still game on there. Maisie and Damon getting underway, and they're well underway for their 4th game. Simul Tetris there for Maisie and Damon. It's been a long day. 3-2-1 Tetris for Marco and Sam. It's been a long day of Classic Tetris so far, and whether you're watching at home or whether you're playing Tetris or what have you, we all suffer, we all fall to sort of eye strain, fatigue, and dryness in the eyes. And thank you to one of our sponsors, Hilo Gel, who makes some eye drops specifically for this kind of thing, for sort of strain when it comes to screens and dryness of the eyes as a result of it. I mean, the screen's here, quite bright. We also got a lot of studio lights and everything around. So after multiple hours a day of classic Tetris, it can be quite a challenge to sort of keep these eyes nice and dry so that you can continue, if you're a player especially, at the highest sort of level that you can. Because if your eyes are dry, you're going to be focusing on that rather than scoring Tetrises. So at one drop in each eye, you can rehydrate your eyes and make sure that you're good to go for your Tetris match, or if you're commentating, or if you're just watching at home and you got a bright screen. I've been there, but Hilo Gel, great gel, really recommend it, and it's available in your local pharmacy near you. Thank you so much for sponsoring CTWC DAS Hilo. 217 here for Maisie, 261 for Damon. And it sounds like something's going on here on Classic Tetris 1. Again, you can watch that at the same time as Classic Tetris 2. Have a multicast going on so you can watch all the matches as they come in. No spoilers here, of course. But some great action going on both of our channels that we're doing it currently on Classic Tetris 1 and here on Classic Tetris 2. And a bit of a rough start here for Marco. 42 lines in, only on 77,000 points. Sam is on 190. Just been some rough digs here for Marco, but is seeing the other side of it, and will get a Tetris. Some great determination there for Marco, not giving up. Again, Marco in a must-win situation. Needs to win to stay alive in this match and in the bracket in general. Because, again, this is lower bracket. If you lose, that is game over when it comes to your CTWC DAS tournament for this year. Damon in a similar situation. 2-1 down against Maisie. Needs to win to stay alive. But is currently leading 362, but Maisie neck and neck, 362 as well. It's just doubles and singles and triples that's switching the lead between the two players right now. So close between those two. And they're also at the exact same line count as well. So that is a close one. Damon, 26-piece drought there, but still with a decent board. Marco slowly getting the lead down. 177 to 274. Gets a Tetris to go to 199. Marco with the delayed bird setup gets the Z piece, gets a Tetris. Sam also set up with that S piece placement. Bar over and will get a Tetris. Maisie and Damon at about line 105 or so. So they have 25 lines to go before they reach level 19 transition. At level 19 transition, the speed will increase by a further 50%, and as well as that, the amount of points per Tetris will also increase by a further 1,200 points every 10 lines after that as they go into a new level. So while Tetris is worth 22,800 points right now, it can go up to upwards of about 35,000 by the time they get to level 28. And that can be all the difference. Damon here with some clutter on the right side, but is getting some nice skim with that. I love that placement of the T. Sort of skimming there, sort of almost slicing down the middle of that little gap that he had there. Very nicely done. Damon is now Tetris ready. Everyone here having clean boards. Nice delayed burn there. Has instead of tucking the T, just skims it down. Very nicely done. Tetris for Damon goes into level 19, 504. Maisie still has 4 lines to go. Damon set up for a Tetris again. Oh, but a couple misdrops here from Maisie, and this close to transition, this is not looking the best. 558 transition here from Maisie. Can he get this dug out? Needs to get something over to the left-hand side. Doesn't get this, the long bar or anything over to the right-hand side. So Maisie tops out 559. Damon needs 560. Currently on 558. Just a couple of burns will do it for Damon. And there's the double. And Damon is going to take game number 4. So we'll be going to a decider on the bottom between these two players who've been really putting together great runs. It's a shame that one of these players has to go out, but that's how these knockout tournaments go. But frankly, I've been closely following these two players when it comes to their run so far, and I think a game against each other, it deserves to go to a decider. You know, level 19 transition now coming in for Sam, 540, 462 here from Marco. Marco now hoping to do the same and to keep his tournament hopes alive. Tetris from Marco. Again, Marco, one of few players who has competed in and attended every single CTWC DAS up to this point. We've been operating since 2022. Marco needs something in column 2. Gets that bar over. But now just needs to try and get the middle back open. Perfect L piece there to work out there. Sam, 599. Marco, 496. And Marco getting the well back open. That's a nice dig there from Marco. Closes the well just as the bar arrives, but Marco is doing very well. And there's the Tetris. Great dig there from Marco. Staying alive. And 3-2-1 Tetris for Maisie and Damon in their final game. Game 5 to decide which one of them will be facing off against Adam NTS in the next round of the lower bracket. Nice Tetris there for Sam, level 23, 676 to Marco's 592. Sam has been just continuing to maintain about that 80, 90,000 point lead over Marco throughout the entire course of this. We'll be hoping not to have that slow down, as of course the Tetris is worth more and more as we get on in the levels. Now worth over 28,000 points, now 30,000 as they go into level 24. Early shift there of that Z piece for Marco. But is able to maintain DAS, still keeping things going strong. Misdrop there with that Z piece for Sam, but we'll still be able to get the Tetris. Level 25 now. Marco, 668. Sam, 752. Sam getting the well back open here. Cleaning up very nicely. And sets it to dependency, but immediately fills it, and now into level 26. Is ahead in lines by 7. Ooh, an awkward sort of overhang there of that Z piece for Marco. Doesn't really have a whole lot of time in order to focus on digging this out, especially since Sam has a healthy board and Marco's getting up pretty high. Doesn't get that bar all the way over for the flat burn. He's going to top out at 703. So Sam with 801 will take game number 4 and wins the set 3-1. So Sam will be advancing to face off against Pixel Andy. We'll be, of course, playing this out. Seeing if he can maybe, just maybe, get a max out of this. He'll probably need to kill Triss at this point, but we'll try for it anyway. Maisie 213, Damon 178 on the bottom here. Regardless, a great run from Marco as well. Does get the Tetris. Trying to get another one. Is that bar going to come? No, just a little bit too late there for Sam. 947 though. And Sam's tournament continues on. Marco's will end at the top 16. And now we go down to our game 5. Maisie and Damon. Maisie has a column 3 Tetris open there. And we'll get it. Tetris for Maisie. Two incredible DAS players here. Not only two incredible DAS players, but two just great people to talk to in general. I've been talking to both of them throughout the course of the week here. And both of them just super happy to be here. Both have been incredibly competitive, almost in a similar kind of fashion. Maisie, of course, is a community and competitive Tetris veteran. Has been competing for a number of years, but Damon definitely playing like he's been playing competitive Tetris for all his life, pretty much. But again, this is his first competitive, his debut in competitive Tetris, and now has taken Maisie to a decider here. 345 for Maisie, 296 for Damon. Damon also ahead by 6 lines here. Tetris Maisie. Nice adjustment with that S piece to tuck in the square that was coming down as well. We've crossed $2,600 when it comes to the matcherino. Again, we're looking to pay out, of course, as many of our amazing players as possible in this tournament. We're looking at a goal of $4,000 to be able to pay out the top 16. So this is the top 16 right now. So if you want these players to, even whoever loses this, to go home with some nice prize pool money, try and get that up. We have, again, currently $2,600. Thank you so much to everyone who has contributed. And especially, thank you so much to Scott Gray, who earlier donated $2,000 to the prize pool. Also want to shout out a couple more of our top contributors. Summer B76, who's donated $150. Thank you so much, Summer, as well as I think also did it again with $129 here. Looks like some action going on Classic Tetris 1. You can watch that at the same time as CT2. Some upper bracket matches going on between Leo and Scooty, as well as Tugi and Fractal. Not going to say anything more than that. You'll just have to take my word that some great matches going on there. 521 here for Maisie, 487 for Damon as they're going into level 19 now. And keep an eye on that runway score that you see there on the top above the players there. That is the highest possible score they can get before level 29. Of course, they can maybe score a little bit more after that if they can set up kill trices or maybe be able to burn 1 or 2 lines, but that is the highest score they can get into 29. Oh no, and Damon with a bit of a mistake there and going to top out at 520. So Maisie, 579. He can hardly believe it, but he is going to the top 12 and will be facing off against Pixel Andy. Or no, Adam MTS, excuse me. It's Sam who'll be going up against Pixel Andy. Maisie now going up against Adam MTS. Maisie can hardly believe it. And Damon's amazing rookie campaign comes to an end, but what a player he has been. And I really do hope that this isn't the last we see of him in a competitive Tetris context. 2 players there, having a photo taken. What a match between the 2 players. Shame it had to end like that, but it is Maisie who advances to the top 12 here. And what more can I really say when it comes to how these players have done? Some really intense lower bracket action, and that those players and the 4 players that came before them showing that it might be lower bracket action, but it is still just as intense as the upper bracket matches. And in fact, might be even more because tournament lives are on the line in the lower bracket. And I gotta say, really looking forward to seeing how Sam and Maisie both do in the tournament going forward. Again, they're moving on to the top 12. They're, Sam facing off against Pixel Andy, who's won so many classic Tetris Monthly DAS Masters events, has been consistently ranked as one of the top, if not the top, DAS player when it comes to sort of polling, community polling rankings, as well as ELO. But Sam proving in these last few matches that he's no slouch, and he, of course, he has that top player mentality. He's competed in CTWC in the main tournaments, got to the top 8 last time. Meanwhile, Maisie going up against the 2022 champion and a player who has never finished outside of the top 3, and Adam MTS. That is going to be another really fun one. But again, great runs as well from Marco and Damon. Their tournament ends here, but we'll be very much looking forward to potentially seeing them again next year as well. But that is going to be just about it in terms of the lower bracket for now. But we'll be back again to for lower top 12 later on with those matches, Pixelandy and Sam, and Adam MTS and Maisie. Coming up next very soon, we got more action in terms of on CT1. We got Jan against the loser again, that's still yet to be determined in terms of those matches. It's Leo and Scooty and Tuki and Fractal, so the loser of those matches will face off against Jan and Jesper. And it's going to be super entertaining, but anyway, you can go over to Classic Tetris and watch that. I'm not going to spoil anything on what's going on, but it's been fantastic matches going on over there. Again, I've been Adam Irish, and it's been a pleasure, at least so far, to be able to bring you this action. We'll be back very, very soon with more on Classic Tetris, so head on over there. Don't go anywhere. Head over to Classic Tetris and continue watching CTWC DAS 2025.
makes sense. By all rights, I should be dead.